Mic check. Mic check check. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. 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 Hi. How you doing? Hello everyone. Nux, Carl, Ian. Let me set this to live chat. There we go. Charlie, David, Chris, Neil, Fishing Tips, welcome. Chris, Backer, Cartha, first. No, it's Monday, but it's a holiday, so that helps. Oh, nice. Is it a bank holiday for you, or a holiday for you in your country? Very nice. It's nice. It's nice to meet you. How did we get so lucky? How did we get so lucky indeed? Hello. This looks different. It's a Series S. Meh, Series S. Boring. Joel, how's it going, buddy? Mr. Joel. Whooshy, hello. Who else we got? No one but ourselves. Snowy, Alan, James, Joseph, Mike, Wactman, Greg, Carthor, James, Wet Dreams, Greg M, Ellis. I'll be in the live stream later. No worries, mate. No worries. Darkstar, welcome. I'm good, thanks, Wet Dreams. How are you, mate? What up? Xbox Fix, let's go. Yeah. Travis, you big knobhead. How's it going, dude? Cloudy Inside, hello. Mighty Joe's Carp Adventurous, hello. Andy Cooper, hello. X-Pain, hello. Any MacBooks tonight? I don't know. Maybe. I'll see how it goes. Map, welcome. Skunk Monkey, welcome. Victoria Day here in Canada. Oh, nice. Very nice. Danny. Hello. Kukura Didi. Who else we got? Waiting for your ass to fix something. Bollocks. Bollocks. Yeah, how's everyone doing today? Oh shit, monetization's off. What the fuck? Hey, give me that YouTube revenue. Dude, give me that YouTube revenue. No. I just lost 50 ad views. No. Give me that YouTube money. There we go. Dear. Yeah, I hope you're all doing good. Back to the usual schedule. So this will be the last live stream till Friday. Hi, third time. Mr. Ian Bates. Hello. Hello. Yeah, so this will be the last live stream till Friday now. I'm going to try and get back on the normal schedule. If I can. Can anyone guess what's up with this? Can anyone guess? Oh shit! I left my boxes downstairs with all my parts in. Damn it! God damn it! Yeah. So hope you're all good on this fine Monday evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you are. Beep on, beep off. Oh, why would you say that? No peril, I wouldn't mind. Mighty Joel got it right. It's always HDMI. Yeah, this is a job that coming from a friend of the family this afternoon, so thought I'd get it done for him. Keep the friends happy. Keep the enemies happier. Something like that. And of course, it is a HDMI issue. Because it's always a HDMI issue. Focus, you bastard. There you go. So you can see it's damaged. This one, I don't think I'm going to power on. Let's have a look under the scope. But I don't think I'm going to power this one on because it looks like we might have some pins touching. What would you do if you were a prostitute instead? Oh, I would have lots and lots of sex and get paid for it. And have a damn good time. I envy the people who don't know him. Fuck you, Danny. Anyway, microscope. There we go. I don't have any friends. Fuck you, Travis. Oi, microscope. What you doing? Oi. Hey. Hey. I ain't even got my HDMI plugged in, you bastard. God damn it. Right, that'll come on in a minute. As soon as I set the right scene. Do. Come on, you bastard. Come on. Work. Hello. Microscope. Hello. There we go. Alright, I'll set the wrong scene. Fine. I'll admit it if you will. Anyway. Yeah, it looks like we've got some touching pins. So I'm not going to turn this on. I'm just going to try and replace it first. Ooh, that looks a little bit funky. Definitely got some touching pins. Touching me, touching you. Sweet HDMI. Do. We'll replace you and make it good. Definitely some touching pins. Anyway. Sweet HDMI. Do. Stick to Johnny Leeson. Nibbled the corner, indeed. Nibbled the corner, indeed. Sweet HDMI. Do. Is this an electronics channel or a talent contest? Well, definitely not a talent contest because I would have just lost. Dear. Looks like someone might well have been touching that HDMI. Yep. Sounds like stray cats getting swung into trash cans by their tails. Mean. Emotional damage. Anyway. It's still in the top 10 in Yam Yam Land. That is very true. It's Neil Diamond. It's Yam Yam Land. Need I say more? Disgustingly late. Oh, I'm not late. I said 10 o'clock. Prove otherwise, bitch. I'm not late. You're early. I'm not late. You're early. Anyway, stop causing crashes. I heard you caused a crash on the motorway earlier. Gibbo! I'm just gonna start calling Gibbo a Pokemon. How's that? How's it going, Gibbo? Oi, prick, turn on. Thank you. Daz, how's it going, mate? Car thief, hello. Can I have my car back, please? Thank you. Mr. Ian Bates, hi. I've said hello to you like 4 times now, Mr. Ian Bates. Come on, stop it. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Ow, that's hot. Ow. That's hot. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, 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 ow. Come on. Come on, Mr. Sticker. I'm in one of them weird moods tonight. Come on, you bastard. Hang on a minute. Stuffy, give me a blade. There you go. Sweet Caroline. Dun, dun, dun. Good times never seem so good. I'm good, thanks, mate. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Dun, dun, dun. 1 moment, please. I say he finds another problem once it's opened. Mean. Emotional damage. Hopefully this will be an easy 60 quid. Da 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 da. What's happening with this? This is hard liquid. This is hard liquid. This has had some liquid. This has had some liquid. Look at it. It's shocking. And at first I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never fix this Xbox when it died. Got Halo Xbox, no display, HDMI is fine. Xbox One original, is it, mate? Have a look at your hard drive. Or is it a Halo Xbox OG, as in like the very first one? Leon, how's it going, mate? You need to learn some John Dever. I probably know some, mate. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to change it up a little bit tonight. I'm going to post what's wrong with the console. Current repair. Xbox Series S. Damage HDMI and possible liquid damage. And then I'm going to pin it. I can't do that on YouTube though, I don't think. Sorry, on Twitch. Who didn't mod their OG Xbox or Wii? I didn't, because I never had one. Ha ha. I'm good, thanks, Chris. How are you, mate? Mr. Chris Farrell. Yeah, I'm in one of them weird moods. No, not copying Mr. Paul Daniels, because if I was copying Paul Daniels, I'd be doing this standing on my head. Because he's upside down. Got a pack of new soldering tips in the post today. Most exciting part of my day. Nice. Very nice. My most exciting part was buying 200 HDMI encoders for the Xbox One S and X. Just so I can make a profit on eBay. I listed some on eBay last week and I sold 23 in 10 days at £14 each. So I went on Mouser and bought 200 more. Good to hear, Chris. The screws come out in a particular order? Nah. Well, I'll try and do the T10s first, so I'll order the silver and green ones, and then the black ones are T8s, so I'll do them last. But I just got to watching yesterday's stream. Nice, J-Boy. Hopefully you enjoyed it, mate. It's very dusty in here. By the way, I finally put back together that MacBook A2179 tonight, and gave it a proper test. It seems to be working great. And I'll tell you something. For a MacBook, like, I didn't know that the speakers on a MacBook is absolutely fantastic. Did you sort the Xbox repair issues from a couple of nights ago? No, I haven't. Not yet. I might revisit it later on. The PS4 Slim from last night, I've been told to just sign off and send it back, and Console Repair London will do the rest. So he's already got to upgrade the hard drive, so he said that he'll sort out the disk drive as well. I did say, well, look, I can't warranty it. I know that the fuse is good, but that's it. Like, that's all I can guarantee. And he said it's fine. Liam, I need to get in touch with you on that, mate, because I don't think I can fix that, to be honest, mate. So I need to get in touch with you on that. So we can arrange for me to send it back to you. Xbox One, 1TB, 2015 Halo 5 edition, 40 switches on and off. Ah, okay. Yeah, a beep on beep off, really tricky. Damn, that's dusty. Beep on beep off is really tricky. Not something you can really diagnose over a live stream. Simple reason being is because there's just so much that it could possibly be. That's the issue. So if you was to attempt to diagnose it over a live stream, you could be there for hours, just telling people what to try next. That's the kind of thing I would say. I would highly recommend just going over to Discord, and we can help you there, because it's not just me as well that can help. It's there's over 1,000 users on Discord. I can book it in for repair. Yeah, you could. Yeah, I'm happy to look at it for you. Thank you, Iconics. I appreciate that, mate. Over on Twitch. Yeah, it does look dirty, Joel. It does look dirty, mate. Can I drop a motherboard down to you in the next couple of weeks for a new LGA 1150 socket fitting? I would have to order a socket. And I would have to make you aware I have never done a socket on a motherboard before. I can do it, I know how to do it, I just haven't ever done it. Mr. Paul Daniels. God damn it. GTFO. Thank you. Oh, well, thanks, John. Damn, this really is dusty. Jesus. PS4 Slim turns on with blood, not pulsing, just stable blue light for 20 seconds and turns off. If not the South Bridge, then most likely a dead APU. Like, I mean, I'm talking like a completely dead APU. The only thing you can really try there is to replace the South Bridge, and if that don't fix it, it's normally going to be game over on that one, unfortunately. Normally, though, a South Bridge is a 6 second with no fan spin and then off. It can be a 20-second thing, but not likely. It's more likely going to be a dead APU. I always have a lie. 3 lives in a row. Yeah, I thought I'd treat y'alls. Well, actually, no. Last week was just like Saturday and Sunday was just catching up from last week, and then this week it's back to regular programming. So, a live today, video tomorrow, and then take it from there. But just one more live, live, and that's tonight, and then it won't be another live till Friday. I'm not seeing any liquid damage on here, by the way, so I think someone's just spilt something on the table and it's managed to seep its way underneath onto the base. I don't think there's liquid damage on this. Not the South Bridge, most likely the APU then, buddy, unfortunately. I would say probably give up on it, replace the board. If I'm being honest, you can attempt to reball, but even if it does fix it, it's probably only going to fix it for a short period before it dies again. So I wouldn't even reball it if that was the case. You know, if that came into me, I wouldn't even bother reballing it. I'd just say no, don't want nothing to do with it. Sorry. But yeah. Quick question: thinking of giving my kids an old PS4 which I don't use anymore. Probably after it's been on a while, it sounds noisy. Needs new thermal paste. Yeah, most likely just needs new thermal paste, mate. As long as it's not like a whine and like a clicking, then generally it's just going to need new thermal paste. Right, let's pop under the scope a minute. Not seeing you as a gift. Bite me, you prick. Right, so okay. Anyway, now that Travis has used his mouth again, let's get on with the repair. So, pretty straightforward things. I'm just going to replace the solder with some leaded because these ports have got glue underneath and I don't want to damage the pins. They are pretty easy to damage. So let me just get a respectable size tip because I don't think that one is going to cut it for ground planes. So, yeah. Let's get one that will. No one uses the mouth like you. Travis is hurting for a beating or something. When I'm done with Sarah, I'll be right there. Just decide where. Well, your mum's bed's a good start, biatch. Gargle, gargle. Is the software available for the Xbox One X to download? The One X? Yeah, just search OSU One download on Google. Got a MacBook Air that has Coke built in it. Let me find out a look at it. Try to open it and goose the screws. Possibly, yeah. I should still be able to open it, but I might have to drill them out. It depends how bad it is, really. You could end up having to drill them out if they've been completely knackered. And if you drill them out, you run the risk of obviously damaging the chassis. Obviously, you can buy replacement chassis and stuff, but you'd have to be fully aware of that before I agree to a repair. I mean, you can Dremel them out, you can drill them out. There's a couple of options you can do. Like you can try and cut a flat head into it, if that makes sense, and try and do it that way. I'm just going to flood this with leaded just to make my life a little bit easier when taking the port off. Don't want to damage traces. Been using 410C, but might be too hot. Well, I'm using 400 on the port. I've actually started reducing my temperature because of the just because of the fact that I'm burning the flux too quick at 450. So I'm down at 400 and I generally keep it at 400. Granny bashing. Chris, how's it going? Mr. Chris Hertford. Is it Hertford or Hartford? One or two? I hate these ports on this console. And on the Series X. Hey!
Mr. Wizard Gaming became a member.
Thank you, Mr. Wizard Gaming. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the support, mate. I genuinely appreciate it. It really does help out all the channel members, Patreon supporters, etc, etc. Helped me buy lavish new goods like the second ZV-1 camera I bought the other day. Don't think many people know I bought one, but I do have 2 ZV-1s now, so I appreciate that. It all helps. Safe words are pointless. Yeah, his mum needs to turn her hearing aid on if we're going to use safe words. Oh dear. Anyway. Right, I'm going to... just going to heat this up. I'm going to go for 480 at 40% airflow. He said lavish, that's a big word. Morning, Pilt. That's why I love you. Yeah, you got to have a laugh, mate. The good thing is we can both take it. Like, you could, my mum's dead, and you could, like, there's certain people I wouldn't go mad about, you know, making fun of my mum, and she's dead. Like, if you can take the banter, then I don't mind you giving it back. Right, I'm going to heat this up for a fairly long time because, like I said, there is glue on the bottom and I do not want to run the risk of damaging the traces. Oh, there we go. That works. I heard from Wayne you could take all of it. You damn right, mate. You damn right, fool. Shoulder deep, damn. Damn, girl. Well, there we go. One safely removed port. Let's have a look under the microscope. A la microscope. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Got my farm gloves ready. Oh dear. Anyway, one nicely removed port. One port later. Let's pre-tin the pads. It should be a nice quick job. Oh.
VaporGuy73 just subscribed on Twitch.
Thank you, VaporGuy. I appreciate the support, my friend. Mucho gracias. There we go. Nice fluffy pads. Nice fluffy pads. Fluffy enough to sleep on. Now where are my HDMI ports? Right. I'll show you something now. So these HDMI ports I've got here are advertised specifically for the Xbox Series X. These ones here. Let's see if I can zoom out. Yeah, so these are advertised specifically for the Xbox Series X, but the only difference between the Series X and the Series S is the size of the wings on the bottom. That is it. That's the only difference. So there's a wing there, and the size of these side wings are different as well. But if you look, oh hang on, that's the old one. God damn it! That's the old one. If you look, they do still line up absolutely perfectly with the Xbox Series S. So even though they're for the Xbox One X, Xbox Series X, they still line up perfectly with the Series S as well. So they do fit, and you don't need to worry, they are compatible. They're going to work absolutely fine, but don't buy the two different ones because they're two different prices. Just buy the Series X ones. Just a little hint there. You could buy the Series S ones, but I don't. I just buy these ones, because why the hell not? They are exactly the same port, but just with a different outer frame. And I would much rather save a little bit of money and just buy one certain port, rather than having to invest in buying bulk of different ports. That fit perfectly fine. Hello, news channel. Beeps, how's it going, mate? How's you and Cody? Not missed a lot, mate. Just working on the first console, which is just hopefully going to be just a HDMI port. One thing I have done, don't know how, but I've melted this foam here. Oh well. It's settled in the loft now. Well, I don't. It's small in here. That's the problem. But don't think I've got any plans as of yet on what I'm going to be doing long term, because it's small in here and it's hot in here as well. So I don't know what I'm going to be doing, because I also need to be moving house, and that's going to be expensive, and I don't want to be spending £2,000 on a new workshop build as an actual dedicated build, you know, outside in a shed, for example, when, you know, I could be spending that on moving and then do it afterwards. I think it's just going to be wasted money, unless I was to knock it down and take it with me, but then there's a chance of ruining it and stuff. So I think the plan is just stay where I am for now, move house, and then deal with all of that afterwards. May rent somewhere short term, I don't know. I'll be back in a bit. Phil told Sarah I'll be over shortly. Yep, no worries, will do. Sarah? Oh, she ain't here, mate. She must be downstairs waiting for you to answer the door, waiting for you to knock the door. Should house prices start coming down soon? I honestly don't know, mate. I really don't. I'm definitely not the guy to answer that question. Hey!
7,289 just subscribed on Twitch.
Thank you, Neil. I appreciate that, mate. Thank you for the support. So, for anyone that don't know, you can support me absolutely free on Twitch. Just head over to twitch.tv/thecoder2015, and you can link an Amazon Prime account if you've got one, and then subscribe every month for free. Doesn't cost you anything. We're close to getting 200 monthly subscribers, which is awesome. It's absolutely awesome. Worked out my garage for 7 years. Nice to have 0 travel time. Indeed, mate. Yeah, you know, for me, it's just like literally pop up the stairs, climb up a ladder, and done. Like it is nice to not have to commute. Come live on my farm, got plenty of sheep. That sounds like a plan, that does, mate. Do you see Vince's new project? I did. I'm going to be watching his first video on Patreon today when I finish streaming. So I support Vince on Patreon just because I do like to support the community I'm in. So I do follow Vince on Patreon. I do support him every month, and he posted a video over on his Patreon today, and that video is part 1 of his restoration project. So if you want to see that early, I recommend checking his Patreon out. If you can wait, then I'm sure he'll release it in 3 or 4 days. He's got a bit of pimp in that motor. Oh, mate, that motor's cool. Like, I was going to film... I think I remember telling you, Kev, that I was going to film my the repairs I was doing on my car. Because I'm going to be doing repairs on my car soon. Well, not repairs. I'm going to be doing a service and replacing the brakes. And I was going to film it, and I actually said on Vince's video yesterday, I think I might be... You might feel like I'm copying him now, or people might think I'm copying him. I'm still going to do it. Still going to film my repairs, because why not? I've got cameras, I've got microphones, might as well film me. Alright, just give these a nudge test, just test every pin. Make sure they're all good. They do look alright though. Can't see any bridges. Yep, that looks spot on. Rolls Royce will ruin him. What you mean in how expensive it'll be to fix? Nah, he's got the money. Well, I think he's got the money. Judging by how many views his channel gets, he can definitely make the money back on it, whatever it costs him. On fair play to him, he's took a leap of faith, and you know he deserves the success as well. He works hard. He's a good guy. I do like Vince. Better than factory, that port. Indeed, mate. Looks good, doesn't it? And that's not even an official Series S port. Anyway, one thing I did find out, the Xbox Series X, the schematics have been out since 2019, and none of us have found them. I found it today. I found a post from 2019 with the schematics. Literally. Me too, Stes 6, love them both. Yeah, Stes is awesome as well. Stes is awesome as well. Yeah, so that's that bit done. Let's do the... Where's the... There it is. You work hard, so underrated. Yeah, but I get paid for this as well, though, don't forget. Vince doesn't. Like, I get paid for these jobs, or most of them. Unless I buy it myself, I'm being paid to do it, so... You know, there is a difference between what I do and what Steve or what Vince does, for example. Because I'm being paid to be here. So, well, not being paid to be here, I'm being paid to do the repair. So, there is a big difference. They do it, those guys do it as a hobby. Where did that come from? Evening, Damon. Says his numbers are booming. They are. And he deserves it as well. He's very entertaining. I've said for, I don't know, probably 6-8 months, people like Stez, people like Wayne, they'll overtake me. Joey, he'll overtake me. Those guys will overtake me, and I don't think it'll be long. But more success to them. I actually hope they do, because they are very entertaining channels. You're also sharing the experience. I am, but at the same time, it's like I said, I'm still being paid to be here, so it is still different. And plus, theirs is more, you know, I don't have a clue what I'm doing, but fuck it, I'm going to do it anyway, and that's what people love. That's why, like Wayne, for example, will do well on YouTube. I'm pressing in on the port. I'm pushing up on the port to keep it flat to the board. as I'm flowing the solder. That doesn't seem to want to flow. Probably because I'm at 400, not 450. I'm going to use some hot air in a second just to assist me. But yeah, as you can see, even these plastic inserts, they line up absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. Don't sing no more. I did, I sang earlier. What board you repairing? It's a Series S, mate, with just a damaged HDMI. Right, I'm going to let that cool for a second because I don't want to end up knocking the port off. Everyone who constantly watches here, though, forgets to hit the like button. It does not cost nothing but 2 seconds of your time and you're here anyways. That is very true. If we get 300 likes, we go into overtime and I will fix a MacBook later on.
TJH710 just gifted 1 subs.
Hey, TJ, coming in with a gifted sub. Thank you, dude. I really appreciate that, mate. As always, very generous on the on Twitch. Thank you, dude. You keep me going from insane. Cheers, mate. Been mending stuff for years. Should have filmed it for YouTube. I agree, mate. Yeah, you do need some confidence to be able to do YouTube, and you do need really thick skin as well. Like just today, I banned someone on you. Well, banned someone from commenting because his exact words were, "Good to see a recovering addict like myself doing so well for himself." And I was just like, you know what? Just fuck off, you dickhead. You have to be thick-skinned for YouTube. You do. But, you know, you get used to it. It used to bother me. Like, them sort of comments used to bother me. Because I've never, ever taken drugs. Well, I'll say never, ever. I tried weed when I was a kid, but who didn't? Yeah, but I've never really taken drugs apart from trying weed when I was a kid, but I still get called a druggie because of the way I look. But you do have to be thick-skinned, but you do get used to it as well, pretty quickly. I used to let it bother me, and I was like, you know what, fuck them. Fuck them, they're just a bunch of morons. No, I don't care what they think. Don't care what anyone thinks. They made an assumption. Yep, they made an assumption. It don't bother me, not anymore. Like I said, it used to, but you have to realise pretty quickly that they're just a bunch of morons, and, you know, you're making something of your life and they're not. They're still sitting there wasting away. You know, I think it's unfortunate for anyone to be, you know, some sort of, an addict of any kind, but, you know, they're just jealous because you're making something to your life and they're not. Love weed, nothing wrong with nothing wrong with greenage. You know what? My partner smokes it. Sarah smokes it. I can't stand the stuff. Can't even stand the smell. But she does. She does like it, and that's her choice. All day, every day. You know what they say about consumption, the mother of all fuck-ups. Yeah. Well, I mean, leave them to it. I don't really give a damn. Right, I need to solder this side, and I'm going to do a 200 IQ move. I am going to do a 200 IQ move. Any news on last night's PS4 laser optical drive replacement? Yeah, Console Repair London, the business who sent it me, said to just send it back and he'll do that. Because he obviously wants to maximise his own profits. So he said he'll do it. I think he's contacted the customer, but he said he'll do it himself, which is fine. Saves me some time. Right, so I'm going to scrape back at this conformal coating a little bit because I want to expose some of the ground plane so as I can basically add a blob of solder to the edges. So yeah, it don't look pretty, but it will make the port a lot stronger and prevent it from falling out because these ports are really weak by design. I only really need to add it to the front of the port, so to the front legs. You don't need to add it to the back. It's not anything major. So what I'll do is add some flux there. Then I'm going to take my soldering iron. Notice I pronounced solder the wrong way. I'm going to scrape it a little bit with the edge of the iron. Just to make it a little bit more abrasive. Sort of thing. That foam is knackered, but oh well. I'm eventually going to try and fix a DS Lite I've had for yonks. If I make a tit of it and I'm honest about it, e-service is available. Not on a DS Lite, mate. I can't make it viable. I'll be honest. And I've never worked on one myself either, so I wouldn't really be comfortable working on it. Not for a customer, at least. Right, 200 IQ moves. I'm going to add a blob of solder to this edge. I'm just going to make it a million times stronger. There we go. That will do. Here's a fun question. If solder is really pronounced soldering, does that mean board holder is really pronounced board hodder? Think about it. Think about it. Michael, how's it going, mate? Soldering iron sounds filthy. Only you can come out with that, Angie. Angie reminds me so much of my mum. I think they was about the same age as well. You know, just the way she comes out with stuff, it's funny as fuck. I think I've said that before. It just reminds me so much of my mum, the way she talks. Right, so expose a bit of that. Why did you change your number? Too much spam. And too many calls at all hours of the morning from viewers just to say hi. My brain automatically goes to the wrong place. Yeah, so obviously I would love to be able to just take phone calls all day, but unfortunately I don't have the time for it. And yeah, making my number public was probably a big mistake because of that. Because I was just constantly getting bombarded with messages and calls at all hours of the day, and I just couldn't cope with it. I couldn't physically work because it was that bad. So I just had to change my number. And I've had to keep it private. What's the number? I can't give it out anymore, mate. Right, well, basically, what that does, if you look, it adds a nice big blob of solder just to the edges and bonds it to the ground plane. So basically it just adds that little extra layer of security. So yeah, that's why I do that. And it does work. It does definitely help. Oh, one do one. Pretty much. No, I would love to sit there and just be able to take calls all day. It's just, I just can't viably do it. Right, let's just add a little bit of solder this side. But yeah, I was getting phone calls at like 5 o'clock in the morning, and it was just getting to a point where I just couldn't deal with it anymore. And I was having to turn my phone off at night, which meant no one could get in touch with me if it was a true emergency. Right, I'll reflow that in a minute with a bit of hot air assistance. Come on, solder, bond, you bastard. Hey, solder. Hello. Right, now it's started to bond. Right, let's use a bit of hot air. My landline has a do not disturb button. Yeah, but that's the problem though, is if you do that, then your family have got no way of getting in touch with you as well. I'm one of these people, if one of my family call me, I will answer it at any time, day or night. And I didn't like the fact that I was having to risk not being able to answer it. And plus, I mean, Pete just said that he's got a work mobile. Yeah, that is a possibility, but at the same time, then you're still going to get calls from people just to say hi and things like that. And while it is nice, it is humbling. You know, it's not viable. It's really not. You just can't make it work. Not when you're on YouTube. People have other ways of getting in touch with me, and I think it's best to just keep it that way. Right, there we go. That is going to be nice and secure. Got solder on solder. We got solder on all of the ground legs on both sides, front and back, and an extra layer of security as well. I'm in a shop though, so I want calls. Yeah, that is true. I mean, if you're running a a brick and mortar shop or something, you want the calls, but I mean, being on YouTube, that's advertisement on its own, right? So it's like, but I am trying to transition more into being a full-time YouTuber rather than running a repair business, because I mean, I've said this time and time again, I don't want to deal with the customer's always right for the rest of my life. And plus, you're limited on what you can actually earn if you just doing repairs. I know I can earn money doing repairs and do YouTube at the same time, but it's too much time as well. If I'm doing repairs during the day, I'm not getting no time to edit videos or anything like that as well. So I do want to transition away from it and just start doing repairs for educational content and entertainment content on YouTube eventually. So yeah, very pretty. Some maybe watch Power Rangers today. I felt like a ninja after. I used to love Power Rangers. It's not the same these days. Like the 2022 version compared to like the 1995 version. Nah, fuck that. It's not the same. It's not the same. Always emails just as easily. Yep, or Discord. Well, I'm shit with emails, I'll be honest. I'm shit with replying to emails. But I'm happy with that. I'm happy that that's good. Can we message for repair and possible quote on something? Yeah, if you want to message me on Discord or email or something, then yeah, by all means. But I mean, what I'm thinking of doing, not yet, but in the future, is taking on selective repairs from viewers and just saying, right, I'll charge you parts only costs. I'm not going to charge any labour, but the understanding is that I might have to order parts. You might have to wait until I actually get to do it, so it might be a week or two, and I'll send it back when it's done, and just do it that way, just for content, just to keep content flowing, if that makes sense. Rather than me risking having to spend, like £5,000-6,000 every month just to be able to keep the content going. So I might do it that way, I don't know, and then just be selective on what repairs I take on. Select the interesting ones, forward the rest to someone else. Because otherwise I'll just be getting 500 HDMI port jobs every single frigging week, and that'd annoy the life out of me. So, yeah. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate that, mate. Right, let's put some fresh thermal pasta on. Yeah, so I'd have to be... If I did it that way, I would have to be selective. I'm sure that's what Tronic Fix does, Apart from buying his own stuff, I'm pretty sure he doesn't charge people if someone sends a repair in. I don't think he would, to be honest. Can't see him needing to. Average of 200,000 to 300,000 views per video. That's a good 1.5–2K in revenue. I don't know, but I would assume he don't charge. Well, that's 1.5–2K in revenue plus sponsors. I have just renegotiated my sponsorship deal with PCBWay as well, so they're paying me more now, which is always great. Right, just clean up here. Just get rid of this excess thermal pasta. But yeah, I don't want to be answering emails and phone calls for the rest of my life and dealing with warranty repairs and all of that crap. I want to be able to enjoy my work again, and when I'm answering arrogant customers who think that I owe them the world just because they brought the business to me, it puts you off a lot. It really does. Pretty sure he lives off the ad revenue. Well, I mean, if he's made that business model work, then, it depends what business model you make work. It's all about what you get to work for you. I mean, personally, let's say, for example, this comes back under warranty. 90% of warranty repairs that I get, I do on a video. Because people enjoy seeing them. They enjoy the fact that I'm being honest about the fact that I do get warranties, and nothing is 100% perfect, and plus I make money off the ad ad revenue to offset the lost time or the lost parts. If I do get a part go faulty, or I get a customer that has a destroyed HDMI port and that destroyed HDMI cable and that destroys the brand new encoder I've just put on, or something like that. Like it's kind of my way of offsetting it, if that makes sense. And that works for me. Like, you just have to find something that works for you as as a technician or YouTuber or whatever. But that policy works for me, where I just cover it in a video just to offset it. I'm good, thanks, Jamal. How are you, mate? Worked in retail for some years. Customers always think they're right, even when they're wrong. Yeah, I went down my stepson's school earlier, and the woman who was doing who was in the office was a temp. And I was like, "Oh, you okay? How are you?" And she was like, "I'm really, really stressed. People just keep thinking they can talk to me like shit today." And I'm like, "Why? It's a fucking school. Why would you ever treat the receptionist at your kid's school, like shit?" Don't understand it. Genuinely don't understand some people's thinking. The thing is, you treat someone with respect, and you'll get what you want anyway. What was it? I was in Blackpool. Not Blackpool. I was in Prestatyn last week, and it's coming to the end of the week. I think it was Thursday night. The kids had something like 1,500 tokens, or just shy of 1,500 tokens. Needed like 60-something tokens, and I was like, "Oh, it's my last day. You're gonna let me off?" I was being all friendly, with the guy on the counter who was dealing with the prizes. I was like, "Oh, it's my last day. You're gonna let me off?" And he's like, "Yeah, stuffy. I don't care. Just take it." He just didn't care. Like, you treat him with respect and you'll get what you want anyway. Right. Worked in the public sector for 20 years and never met one who was right. Yeah, pretty much. I had a guy threaten to sue us once when I worked at the repair shop. I threatened to jump over the counter and smack him. He's hilarious. Like, he was threatening to sue me because he came in and said specifically, "I need the charger port replacing. I know it's the charger port," but he was one of them customers. "I know it's this, blah blah blah." And he was like, "Just change the charger port on this iPad," and we was like, "Oh well, we need to diagnose it first, blah blah blah." He's like, "Oh, I'm not paying for diagnosis, blah blah blah." And then when it didn't work, when we did as he asked, because we have to do as the customer asks, of course, he went mad, saying that he was going to sue us. I threatened to jump over the counter, and he started filming in the shop, and I was like, "You ain't filming in here." Like, he started filming me basically in the shop. I was behind the counter. He started filming me. I was like, "You ain't filming in here. Put your camera away." He's like, "I'm in a public place. I can film where I want." I was like, "Well, actually, mate, it's a private limited company, so you can't fucking film in here because I said you can't. Get your fucking camera away before I throw you out the door. Simple." Like, you're in a private place. I can refuse entry. I don't have to let you in. It's not a public sector. It's not a public building. You can't film in a privately owned company's shop. If they say you can't, you can't. He was one of them dickheads. "I'm in a public place. I'll film you if I want." He's a female Karen, pretty much. Yeah, honestly, like, some of the mentality of some people, it's honestly hilarious. Like, you listen to him and you're like, "How the fuck did you ever get through school? Like, please explain that to me." Oh, I've got to figure out which way this goes now. I can never remember these. That's the one. Like, how did you ever get through school, mate? Come on. That's the reaction of someone who's embarrassed or fucked up. Yeah. Like, people who sit there, "I'm going to film you and sue you." Fucking film me. What are you going to film me doing? Standing behind my counter serving customers? Just film me if you want to film me. Like, not that I care about being filmed, I just wanted to prove him wrong. So I was like, well, actually, mate, no, you can't fucking film me. It's a private shop. Fuck off. I hate these X-clamps sometimes. Don't know how this is even slightly bent because I used an X-clamp removal tool. And now we don't want to clip back in, so I'm going to have to replace it. Usually you can just bend them back into shape and they'll lock in. No. Nope. This one, of course, is being an asshole. That feels tighter. No, it's not. Huh. Why is this not clipping in? Feels tighter. Sometimes they just fail. Bent them the wrong way. Yeah, I know. I'll try and bend it both ways, but I tried to bend it this way to start with, and it don't. See, it don't. It actually ends up fucking looser. I'm just gonna replace it. Stuff it. I'll just replace it. Grab one from an Xbox One S. I got friggin' hundreds of these things anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. It's just annoying when it happens, that's all. Finding the sweet spot indeed. But if you do struggle with these, if you've got an X-clamp tool and you struggle with it, you can use the X-clamp removal tool to reinstall it as well. Like so. There we go. So that X-clamp is better. And that. Yep, that's solid. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Right, I'm just going to clean these components as I go along. I tried to bend that both ways and it just wouldn't give. Like they usually do, but that one just wouldn't. For some unknown reason. Hello. Is it me you're looking for? And I can see it in your eyes. Now all you need is a paste to plug in. You're not going to get me. I know I applied the paste. I applied the perfect amount of paste. Just going to clean the fan. Not going to get me to take that X-clamp back off. Sometimes I just randomly do that. Like, there's no reason for that X-clamp to have bent in any way, shape or form. It was sat on the desk. I removed it with an X-clamp tool. Shouldn't have been any reason for that to fail. And he just did. It's a good job I got spares. I got hundreds of them, to be fair. Like, I should probably sell some of them. Like, sell a job lot of 10 for a tenner or something daft like that. But then knowing me, I'll look for one and won't be able to find one, so I don't like selling parts. Why the repaste? You have to change a paste whenever you have the heatsink off. unless it's completely fresh, but this was factory paste. So just repaste it while you're doing it, and make sure that it's going to stay cool for the customer. That's why I buy so much thermal paste as well, because I do it to every single console. I don't. If I take the heatsink off for any reason, the thermal paste gets changed. It's just policy. Just one of my policies. Like, if I take it apart for any reason, I'm cleaning it at the same time. At no extra charge for the customer. It's one of them little added extras. If I take it apart specifically for a service, then the customer has to pay. But if I take it apart for any other repair, like let's say for example I do a HDMI port, I'll clean it at the same time. If I do a hard drive replacement on a PS4, I won't, because I don't have any reason to take it apart, and it is going to take me longer. Whereas it doesn't take me longer if I'm it doesn't take me longer if I'm already inside the console. Is it possible to use too much thermal paste? No, it just makes a mess. What do you think of Boris Johnson? I have no opinion on Boris Johnson. I'm not a political person. I think he's a knobhead. And I think he should probably work at the zoo instead of at number 10. But I'm not a political person. I just know what I see in the news. And even that's not very often, because half the news is fabricated bullshit to keep you scared and locked in your home buying shit that you don't need. So, yeah. There's burglars, buy an alarm. 20 years later, still not been broken into. There's car thieves, lock your car. Leave your car open every day for a year, doesn't get touched. I don't vote. I don't vote at all. If you don't vote, it goes to the opposition. I don't care. Keep me out of your bollocks. Just a bunch of men in suits running around trying to feel powerful. That's just it. Just a bunch of knobheads in suits trying to feel powerful. I don't like the price of your oil. I'll start a war. Fuck off. Start a war, you prick. I don't care. I'm safe in my house. What's the point in voting? Yep, exactly. I just think it's all bullshit. I've seen some of them music parodies, yeah, I think they're fucking hilarious, to be honest. Yeah, have a good night, Nigel, if you're leaving, mate. Thank you for hanging out, mate, I do appreciate it. Puppets of the highest bidder indeed. Same with the Royals. I don't pay any attention to the Royals. I couldn't give a shit. If I ever met the Queen, I wouldn't even like think of her as a different person, sort of thing. They're just fucking people. They're just people, same as everyone else. They've got blood flowing through the veins and oxygen breathing through the lungs. Well, into the lungs. Do you have TikTok? No. I can't stand TikTok, mate. Yeah. Same with the rules. Like I don't get starstruck when I meet celebrities. I don't think anyone is. You wouldn't curtsy for the Queen, would I? Fuck. Hell no. Hell no. No, it doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what they've done. I mean, yeah, there's fine, I agree. There's certain people who are legends, there's certain people who are, you know, really good at what they do, there's certain people who do deserve recognition. But I would never go up to someone, oh, I'm a big fan, because I don't believe that people should be fans of other people. I think if you want to look up to someone and want to aspire to copy their successes or to have the same successes, then yeah, fine, but don't fanboy over someone. I just don't think you should. I think you should just treat them like a normal person. Because the problem when people fanboy people is they can't do any wrong. They can't do any wrong. And that's when you get sheep. Met Jason Statham while I was in Birmingham. I was like, what the fuck, and the missus had to ask him for a selfie. Oh, God. Oh, God. See, that's the sort of thing that I wouldn't even ask for a selfie. I'd just be like, meh. Like, I wouldn't be affected by any celebrity. There's certain people I wouldn't mind having a drink with. Met Simon from In Between Us on the tube. Oh, cool. He's actually pretty funny. What's his name? Buckley. James Buckley from In Between Us. Did you know he streams on Twitch? Do you know James Buckley streams on Twitch? The guy who played Jay from In Between Us? I hope he said shoot one can. Oh, God. I'd have gone up and gone, friend. Would you have a selfie with one of your friends? Yeah, I'd let people take pictures with me, yeah. If people want to take pictures, like if I had what you call as fans, then yeah, I would let people take a picture. But I'm not one of these people that would just run up to a celebrity and say, oh, can I take a picture? Because that's just not who I am. Like, I just don't think... Like, I just don't get starstruck like other people do. Like I said, there's certain people I wouldn't mind having a drink with, like Kevin Hart, for example. Love to go to the pub with Kevin Hart. Funniest fucker ever. Like, you could sit there pissing yourself laughing all night, but I wouldn't get fanboyish with him. Like, I wouldn't get fanboyish because that's just not who I am. Some people do, some people don't. I'm one of those that don't. I see him on there, completed it, mate. Yeah, he's also got a YouTube channel, completed it, mate, and At Home with the Buckleys as well, with his wife. Like, I do actually watch At Home with the Buckleys every week, every Wednesday, when they release a new vlog. I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious. I was subscribed to him on Twitch for a while, but I don't really get a chance to watch Twitch. Thought you would fanboy the hell out of my mate Vince. I actually wouldn't, mate. Genuinely, I wouldn't. Like, to me, like even people like people who I do look up to, like, let's say for example Lewis Rossman, my mate Vince. I look up to those for the successes, not because I want to be a celebrity or anything like that. I don't care about fame, really. I mean, it's nice getting recognised in the street sometimes, but it does make you feel awkward. Like, I do get recognised occasionally, and it does make you feel really fucking awkward. I'm not going to lie. Like, when someone comes up, oh, I love your videos and all of this and that, you just genuinely don't know what to say. Now I'm meeting up for food and chatting with people and friends. Yeah, I mean, there's certain people I would definitely have a drink with. You know, like celebrities, I mean. But like I said, it's not because I would be a fanboy. It's because I would look up to their successes, not try and be like them, sort of thing, or get all fanboyish and sheepish. If you get all fanboyish and sheepish, then it comes to a point where the person that you're fanboying can't do any wrong. And I think people should always be in check with reality. Boris broke the law and got a fine, he should go. Boris broke the law, got a fine, and it's pocket change. He got fined 50 fucking quid. It was laughable. Laughable. 50 quid to a person that's worth 20 million? Come on. Come on. The dude's worth 20 million pound and you fine him 50 quid. Like, seriously? You wouldn't notice 5 grand, you wouldn't notice 50 grand. The dude's got a net worth of 20 million. And yes, I know a lot of that's going to be tied up in assets and all of this and that, but that's the wrong way, isn't it? What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Dude, why didn't you lot tell me? Come on. Come on. You lot didn't even tell me. I was just literally sitting there trying to put that in the wrong frigging way. What the hell? Look, I can upgrade his barber. Ha! Should have got 10k. 10k wouldn't have even affected him. Oh, come on. I know a lot of his net worth is in assets, like his lavish country home. La-di-da. Oh, someone did tell me. Ha! Ha ha ha. Couple of people. Anyway. I'm such a dickhead. I'm such a knobhead. Also, I met Jasper Carrot. Jasper Carrot was from Wolverhampton, I think. Democracy is an illusion. Yep. No, I wouldn't mind going for a drink with someone like Lewis Rossman or my mate Vince though. Like, those guys are just genuinely nice guys and just genuine guys to go out and have a drink with and have a good night out. Even though I don't drink, I drink Coke, but you know. Yeah. There are certain people I wouldn't mind just going out for a drink with. Right. Anyway. Where am I missing a screw? There. Still not used to screw locations on these. Is my mate Vince British? He is, yes. He is. Indubitably, good sir. Mr. Vince Lehane. Say on that side I even know his last name. One moment, please. David, hello. Hello. It's me. Yoink. Duncan, hello. I want to drink with Liam Neeson. Can you imagine it? It turns into barman lady. Your parts are about to be toucan. Nah, like I said, there's there's certain people I wouldn't mind having a drink with, but other than that, apart from that, like I wouldn't get fanboyish over celebrities just because I don't think they're any different from anyone else. You know, everyone's got their own skill, everyone's got their own specialist subject that they excel in, and I do mean everyone. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter if people show it. You know, everyone has got that skill what they excel in. For some people it's acting, for some people it's singing, for some people it's something completely different. And I just don't think people should get all fanboyish over it just because they're skilled in a certain trade. Right, let's give this a test, shall we? I am gonna make a point for Kevin Civil if he's still watching, and he may notice that I clean my HDMI port every time, HDMI cable every time I plug it in. There's a little bit of weirdness there. I'll clean that later on. Actually, I'll do it now. Right, well that is turned on, even though we didn't hear a beep. Let me just go into studio mode for a minute because I need to check. I need to check what it's displaying. Right, I need a test controller. It is displaying, but I can't show you at the minute. Because otherwise I will end up doxing a customer. Sync, you bastard. Thank you. Skip sign in. There we go. Right. Get off studio mode and boom. There we go. Cool. That appears to be working fine. Not really much to test on this. You can test your network. You know, you can test that. Make sure it picks up a Wi-Fi signal. Yeah, it does. On full signal as well. Blah blah blah. Shouldn't be any issues. I will give it a full test tomorrow. But other than that, working absolutely fine. I'm not going to be able to get 4K output because I'm on a capture card, so it's not going to work. Look, it will recognise 4K, but it won't. It won't actually output. So I'm going to wait for that to reset now, and then that'll reset into 1080p. Because it's on a capture card, it just doesn't like 4K on a capture card. There we go. I could test it on the TV, but it's going to work on 4K. It's fine. Happy days. But yeah, nice simple job. But hopefully you learnt something at least from the repair. In that you don't need to buy two different types of ports just for the Series S and X. You can just buy the one type for the Series X, and they will fit on the Series S. So hopefully you learned something on that one. And as always, I hope you learned something. Do you like fixing TVs? No, not really. TVs are pretty boring. Got an AV amplifier, no video from HDMI. I wonder if it's an encoder like a console. It could be, or if not, maybe it's some sort of Northbridge or something. I don't know, maybe. But yeah, nice straightforward one to start off the night. And what I'm going to do now that that's shut down, is I'm going to go and grab another job and see what we've got to do next. I'm not sure yet. See what we've got to do next and call this one good, I guess. Love the repair. Cheers, Mike. Thank you, dude. I'm just grabbing myself a smoke, and then I'm gonna go grab a cup of coffee and a job. Try and make some money. 356 people watching. If we get 350 likes tonight, then you will get overtime, and I'll work on a MacBook once I've finished with some nightly repairs. How many likes are we on at the minute? We're on 138, 140. So if we get 350 likes tonight, then I'll work on overtime and try and fix a MacBook later on. So the ball is in your court. Fix a Super Nintendo. I don't have any to fix, mate. I'd love to. Anyone interested in Series X and S encoders? I've got some personally. They're going to be available to buy on Mauser soon. 173 likes. Very nice. Thumbs up, you lazy bastards, said Space God. TV license, what's that? Yeah, I've not got a TV license, but I also don't have a TV subscription or an aerial, so I don't need a TV license. And if people, if TV license want to come and check, they can fuck themselves. I'm not letting them in. You don't have to let them in. You can visit Morocco anytime. What do you think of gold leaf tobacco? I mean that one. That's what I smoke, mate. I smoke gold leaf. Yeah, so I don't actually have any way at all of receiving a live TV broadcast. So I imagine Netflix turning up at your door. You know what? I don't even pay for Netflix. There you slag. I don't even pay for Netflix. I use my neighbours. And I know people are going to say, oh, they're going to ban you soon because they're bringing in a new thing where you can't do account sharing. Yeah, they can because you use it by internet. Ha! Pay for a TV licence and I hardly watch it. Fuck the TV licence. You need a TV licence to watch live on your phone, that can piss off. Yeah, I don't even watch live on my phone. That can piss right off. If you don't have the app installed, then fuck them. Anyway, 185 likes. Definitely need more than that. We need 350 for me to work overtime. Yeah, if you're not subscribed, test the subscribe button, make sure it works. And while you're there, test the like button. And I'll be back in a minute with a new job. Who the hell's going to watch that? Huh. Yeah, Sarah watches EastEnders on YouTube. Sado. Anyway, I'll be back. Dad, why did you finger? What did you do then? Oh. Oh, that one. See ya. Hello. Hi. Right, let me just sort a few things out up in here. Do. Hey,
Ronnie Crozier became a member.
Thank you, Ronnie. And true love as well. Nice. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that, mate. I think you've been a member before, haven't you? Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. How does this get so messy? What was that? Hey,
Scoot_30 just resubscribed for 9 months. 9 months.
Thank you, Scoot. That was on Twitch. Thank you. I appreciate that. 9 months. I'm gonna have to start giving people baby names for the 9-month anniversaries. No sound. Should be sound now. I haven't got the mic on, but there will be sound. You might be a little bit behind if you're not hearing sound. I was away from the desk, but I am back now. Looks a bit crispy in spots. Yeah, I've burnt it. I'm waiting for some new mats. Can I get some advice? Go for it, mate. Just stay back there. I'll just keep dumping stuff off to the side. Oh well. Right, anyway. Pointless testing this one because it's got a damaged power supply connector. So again, not going to be testing it before I work on it. kind of pointless testing them when they've got a damaged power supply connector. This has got missing screws. I will replace them if I can find some. It does belong to a customer, yeah. It's got a damaged power supply connector, so again, should be a nice straightforward job, hopefully. Should be a nice, easy money job. I need a big one like that. Where did you get yours from? It was from Amazon. I wouldn't recommend it, mate. Maybe as an undermat. I've had to buy some more heat resistant ones because these are not heat resistant. So I would, if you are going to get one of these, I mean, this mat costs like £68 or something stupid like that, and it's not even heat resistant. It's supposed to be, but it's not. Right, no back screws either. That's one thing I definitely won't have because they're like frigging rocket fuel. They're impossible to come by. Wayne teeth the screws. Yep. PS5 audio jack sucks. Can't even hold a jack properly. I didn't even know they had an audio jack. I'll be honest. Didn't even know they had one. Yeah, missing a few screws actually. How do you lose that many screws? Oh shit, they're not missing. They're downstairs. They was put into a packet in the box. Sorry, did I miss our advice? Did I miss that question? My PS5 controller audio port has just stopped working. Oh, that's the audio port people are on about. Yeah, got ya. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to help with that. I've never even opened a PS5 controller up, mate. I'll be honest. So I personally wouldn't be able to help with that. I have a PC monitor that won't power up since my daughter pulled out the wrong plug and killed my whole setup. Monitor is the only thing not to power up. Is there a fuse inside? There might be a fuse inside the plug, depending what country you're from, but I mean, there may be a fuse on the main board. In fact, yeah, there's most likely a fuse on the main power board. But just unplugging it shouldn't kill a fuse. Like, that alone shouldn't kill a fuse. Right, I need that screwdriver. UK, and I've tried the plug. Yeah, I think there are going to be fuses in the main board, I would assume. On the main power board, I'm assuming there would be a fuse on it, but where it is, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, kind of a tricky one, that. Just unplugging it shouldn't kill a fuse. Unless you had some sort of power surge as it was plugged back in. Having an issue with the PC, has there been a power surge in your area or a power outage or any lightning or thunder? Yeah, exactly, Jess, yeah. Yeah, very possible that it could have had some sort of a surge, which might have put the power supply into protection mode. How long is the longest it's been unplugged for? Because it could be a case where you need to leave it for a good few hours for the caps to fully drain as well, before it takes itself out of protection mode, if that makes sense. Sometimes I'll go into some sort of protection mode, some overcurrent mode, overcurrent protection mode, and you have to leave them off for a few hours just for the caps to drain and for the fuses to reset and stuff. Just smash the like button in the face. Thanks, mate. He deserved it. So maybe leave it off for like 6 hours. Maybe leave it unplugged for like 6 hours or something. That's a random number. Just a few hours. And then give it a try. And if not, then you would have to diagnose a power issue on the main power board. Come on, you bastard. Get out. There you go. Thank you. Give it a wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. MVB003. Okie dokie, that's going to be the one with the support. Anchor points, which never work. Also with the PC, the BIOS could need resetting, seeing that with laptops. I'm assuming you've tried the PC with another monitor on that one. DNM, how's it going, mate? Why PS4s have so many screws is beyond me. Yeah, they're just scared because they know they're shit. They know they have a really shit design. They need as much bracing as they can possibly get. Oh, well, at least these customers included the connector because the last customer didn't. Evening, RB. How's it going, Paul? Good to see you, mate. About time you came and saw me instead of computer booter. I feel very abandoned. Right, we are. So, yeah, like I said, there was no point testing this purely just because he's got a damaged PSU connector, so he's never going to turn on. If he gets sent in for a PSU connector, I never even bother turning him on anymore, just to try him. It's just a waste of an extra minute. I know it sounds daft, but you do 30 of them a month and you saved yourself half an hour, or more specifically, enough time to service one console. Get rid of that thermal paste before we go any further. Don't need that on there. We're going to be changing that again. Caps bolted on a white screen, 1440p Asus was caps again. Nice. Yeah, a lot of power supplies whittle down to being caps at fault. Right then, okay, so let's pop under the microscope. There we go. Boom. Sticking in the freezer. Right, this one isn't that bad. So we've got the. This is where the power supply connector goes. We've got two traces still there, which can be salvaged. So usually when I've got a case like this, I won't. Oh, actually, no. They need to be broken off because they're not quite meeting the edge, which means I would need to push the connector back, and that's something I don't want to do. I don't like to push the connector back. I like to keep it in the place that it's meant to be in. So I'll just break them away. Just because they're not meeting up with the edge of where the trace is meant to finish on the substrate. So I'll break them away and run jumper wires. There we go. Same for this here. That's a little bit too peeled up for my liking. So I'll break that away as well. There we go. I love watching trace repairs. It's quite relaxing to do as well, to be honest. Alright, step number one well, actually step number 2, because step number 1 is technically clean up. But step number 2 is going to be, I'm going to expose the outer edge of the traces for the ground plane. We need somewhere to anchor to. I'll show you why in a minute. So for anyone that hasn't seen it before, I've done the stacks of these on streams and videos, but for anyone that hasn't seen it, you'll understand why when I show you the connector. So basically what I need to do, the connector itself has got some anchor points on it, on the edge. It's only ground, but it helps anchor the port down. And the problem is, if you don't anchor the port down, you run your jumper wires and it's just going to be dangling freely. You're not going to be able to plug or unplug anything. So what I'll do is just expose the outer edge of the ground plane, like so. And then I can use that to rebuild that ground plane. Same with these. So where the actual traces go, I need to expose the wires. The wire is just a pathway. It leads to the other side of the board. If these wires were torn up, what I would do is I would basically flip the board around. So on this side you've got 2 pins just here, or 2 test points rather, just here, and they go to those 2 traces I've just exposed. So I would run jumper wires to there. I'd spread it over to this gap here, because there's nothing actually here, it's just got a hole there for some weird reason. And I'd run the jumper wire, wrap it through this hole, and then that would come out there, and then I'd run the jumper wire down here, and then to these points here. That's how I'd tackle that if it wasn't, if the traces was no longer there. So if the wires were completely missing, you'd need to find alternate points. And that's where the alternate points are for those 2. The ground you can just run to anywhere, which is going to be this second pin from the left. And then the 5-volt connection here, you can get to from the other side as well. So in terms of ground, we can just expose that there. Scrape away with the blade. Don't have to scrape away much, just a little bit. Same as with this 5-volt bit here. Scrape away here. There we go. Beautiful. Don't have to do that much scraping, but meh. And then the same for this anchor point as well. One little thing you can do, you know, if you want to help yourself. T-Bone, how's it going, mate? Heads up V-Times in stock on Mauser right now. Yep, I've got 200 on the way. Yeah, so what you can do to help you scrape it away, if you heat it up and scrape at the same time, look at how much easier that's going to come up. So you're basically heating up the conformal coating / solder mask, whatever the hell you want to call it, and that will essentially make it a million times easier to actually scrape it away. That's a lot of dough. It is a lot of dough, but I'll sell them on eBay, so I'll make money on them. 2.5x my money by the time I paid fees and postage on eBay. More like nearly 700, mate. More like nearly 700. Yeah, holiday was good, mate. Holiday was good, thank you. Right, so that's all that done. So now I just need to tin it. Are you wearing the pink gloves? Nah, not yet. I have to pick one of the kids up from work. Oh, nice. That's nice that you do that, mate. Yeah, if I go to... So if anyone is looking for a UK supply of retimers, I won't charge what I charge eBay for viewers. If you buy them in quantities of 5. So if anyone wants to buy them in quantities of 5, just DM me and we'll work out a price. If I go to my desktop and go to my order history, you'll see that I've got how do I get? I think it's this one. Don't worry that my address is public. It's public anyway. Yeah, so TDP 158 RSBR, quantity 200, £560 and 672 with VAT. So yeah, I've got 200 shipped on the way. They should be here in a couple of days. So if anyone needs some, just DM me. I won't charge. I'll sell them for £14 on eBay because that's the going rate on eBay. But if anyone does need a UK supply, I'll only ship to the UK because international shipping is too awkward. But if anyone needs a UK supply, then just DM me and I'll see what we can work out. Do you have an eBay shop that you sell some repairs? Yes. If you go to thecoder.live/eBay, you'll come across my eBay page. Or if you go onto Discord and if you go onto YouTube and type in !eBay, that should pop up with the eBay page as well. Right, so I'm going to tin these newly exposed pads. If they ever want to tin, come on. There we go. What about Canada for pay shipping? I mean, you could pay shipping, but you would also have to pay for it to be insured as well, because I won't send it uninsured across the world. I would have to work out how much it'll cost. As far as I know, Canadian shipping is pretty expensive. You might be better off just going directly on Mouser. I mean, but if people only want, like, let's say, for example, 5, I don't know what Mouser charge for shipping, but they're not going to have them in stock forever anyway, so they are going to sell out pretty quickly. But yeah, I'll charge £14 on eBay for a retimer because that's the going rate. What about Canada? What about Canada? Bit the Bulletin paid nearly £800 for a mug press starter kit. Damn. But a lot of potential there, mate. Especially for if you get in touch with YouTubers and stuff. I mean, I'm under a contract with, well, not a contract, it's more like a handshake agreement with Puddle, so I can't have them made by someone else now. But, well, I could, but it wouldn't be fair, would it? Wouldn't be fair after they've spent all the time promoting it and stuff, so... In the UK, free postage. Yes, I don't charge postage in the UK. It costs me 90p for a stamp. I have, at the minute I'm sending them in resealable bags, but I have ordered some ESD bags off eBay, off AliExpress. So I've got some ESD bags. Looking at a camera in Canada, $35 Canadian to UK. Yeah, I mean, an envelope, because I'll send them in envelopes. They're not going to cost that much in envelopes. They weigh nothing. But, you know, I've only got 15 available in stock right now. But by the time I sell any more on eBay, I should have 200 in stock. You miss the £11.90 each. What's that for, mate? Rather pay your prices over there than send us a gift, so no taxes. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, because you have import taxes and stuff as well. That's another problem. Right, okay, anyway. Enough rambling on. What I'm going to do, so if we take a look at the connector itself, excluding these red bits on here, so these are the torn traces, what was there before. So you can see we've got a tiny bit on them ones, and then we've got the full traces here. But on the side, they've got like a silver anchor point. It's hard to get this in focus. There we go. They've got an anchor point there. And that just connects to ground. It actually connects to absolutely nothing. It's just moulded into the connector. And normally there'd be a pad there, but because it's torn off, and it always tears off, what we need to do is we need to clear this connector up. So get rid of these old traces. Well, you don't need to get rid of the traces, but I always do. So clean this up, make it ready to put back down, and then we need to run jumper wires to the 4 pins. But for the anchor point, we need to anchor it, because otherwise it's just going to have 4 pins there and it's just going to be hanging loosely. So what I do, and I think a lot of people have started copying since I first showed it, is I find some yeah, I've lost my train of thought now. I find some solder braid, so I'll get some really thin solder braid, some 0.8mm solder braid, and I use that as an anchor point. I'll show you how I do it. It's pretty cool. I'm just going to find my solder braid, because I can't frigging find it again. As always, because I always lose it. I only ever use it for anchor points. I don't really use it for much else. It's too thin. It doesn't do anything. If you don't have any 0.8mm, you can always trim down some wider solder mask. Solder braid. Yeah, that's the one. How's it going, Mark? How are you doing, buddy? Yeah, if you've got no sound, you're probably behind on the stream, unfortunately. Oh, I've just found some more braid, but that's not the one I'm looking for. It's not the one I'm looking for. But stuff it. I'm going to use it anyway. I've got some 2.5mm goot wick here. And what I'm going to do is, if I trim the goot wick, so you can see there that it's a little bit too thick. So what I'll do is I'll solder this solder braid onto the ground pad where I've just tinned it. But that's a little bit thick, so what I'll do is just trim it a little bit down the side, and I'll do that. So I'm going to come off camera a sec while I do this, but I'll trim it so as it thins it out a little bit, and then that's pretty much the perfect length, or the perfect width. And then I can just solder that straight to the ground pad. That's a bit out of focus, but I can just solder that straight to the ground pad and restore the anchor point. Ow, burn my finger at the same time, but never mind. So, I'm just gonna press down on this for a second. Get it nice and flat to the board. And then I'll just flood that with solder, and it'll anchor down nicely onto the board. Or it should. Is there a link to my eBay store? Decoder.live/eBay. The code is spelled the same way as on YouTube. Well, not www, just decoder.live/eBay. And that'll take you there. Yeah, so just flood that with solder. And as I let it go, I'm just going to press down with some tweezers. There we go. Solder that to there. Beautiful. Solder man, gotta solder them all. Turns out Moses started as a house business 4 miles from you. Nice. Yeah, Moses pretty cool. But I sell, occasionally I'll sell chips and stuff if I've got excess stock. Most of the time I don't generally buy them to resell, but I am going to start doing that because there is good money in it, and it's an extra source of income. And it's all about diversifying your sources of income. That's what it's all about. Diversify your sources of income so as your eggs are not all in one basket. Right, so that's that side done. Nice trace repair, thank you. Yeah, this is a little trick I developed myself, and it works really well. I've had people relay that to me as well. They're like, "Oh, thanks for showing me that trick. It worked really well." So yeah, I just kind of stuck to it. That's burning my finger. So yeah, I kind of developed this myself. I was like, oh, I wonder if this will work. I think I did it on a live stream the first time I tried it. It's always good to try and develop new methods for things, because a lot of people, when they do a PSU connector on a PS4 Pro, because it is very common, it is a very common thing to get damaged. And when people do PSU connectors, a lot of the time they use hot snot, and I'm not a fan of hot snot, also known as hot glue. I'm not a fan at all of hot glue. And I used to just basically weave a new trace using jumper wire until I started using this method. And now I only use this method. Right, it needs to be over a little bit. There we go. You don't keep things to yourself, you let others know. That's what it's all about, mate. Share the knowledge. Share what I learn. Right. And this knife is as sharp as hell, because this knife is one that I blunted but ended up grinding down with my Dremel. So it is sharp as hell. People still use stamps. Yeah. Right, there we go. Can I just use hot glue? You could, it would act as an insulator, but it wouldn't be very strong. I wouldn't recommend it, personally. But I'm not a fan of hot glue at all. I hate hot glue, honestly. Alright, let's just clean this up. One thing you have got to be careful of with this method, with the anchor points, is just ending up causing a short by putting it too far over and too close to the other pads. You have to be careful of that. But for the most part, it's perfectly fine to do. I'm just going to give this a good scrub, clean it up. Prefer hot wax. Looks like tasty maple syrup. What's the deal between you and Danny Ellis? Yeah, he is apologising there, Danny. Honestly, you two got along well at one point. Come on, man, keep it friendly. You know I love you both. And very, very much so. Right. I need some jumper wire. And I'm missing a reel of jumper wire. Like a big reel of jumper wire. I think it's fell down the back somewhere. Let me take my mic off a sec so I can hunt behind my desk for it. I think it's fell down. In fact, I'm missing 2 reels. I'm missing my 1.7mm. Yeah, I'm missing 2 reels of jumper wire. I'm missing 2 reels of jumper wire. Ah, got it. Ah, fuck you, jumper wire. You don't get away from me that easily. What we're repairing now? It's a PS4 Pro, mate. Oh shit, I left that thingy tagged. Well, never mind. Yeah, there we go. I've got it. Actually, hum through the TV. I've never come across that, mate. That's the kids, mate. I should probably ask Cody. Right, so panic over. I found my jumper wire. So now I'm going to prep the other traces. But what I want to do is bring it onto a point which can't bond solder. Did you ever sort out the fume extraction? No, I've got a fan going next to me, so that kind of blows it away a little bit. So I'm just going to pre-expose a good run of this jumper wire. So this is enamelled wire. This stuff you cannot buy, or at least I've never found a source for it. This is 0.17mm. 0.17mm this jumper wire is. I get this stuff from a microwave. It's perfect for trace repair on PS4 Pros and also on HDMI ports. But 0.1mm jumper wire, which you can buy, would do just fine as well. It's just I prefer to use this. So I'm just going to scrape this a bit, just because it's got an enamel coating, which makes it non-conductive until you expose the inner core. Let me just pop a bit of solder on the iron. So as I can do it properly. So the reason I'm doing this on a non-conductive surface, like on the solder mask, because I don't want to get solder all over the place and cause a load of bridges. That's better. I'll just pre-expose a good run of wire. And I'll clean that burnt flux up once I'm done with the job. So what I want to do then is I want to run a jumper wire to all of these points here. So I'm just going to solder the wire. Try and hold it in place. There we go. Beautiful, nice solid connection. And then I can trim the wire at the end. But I always leave a little bit there as excess because I want to be able to grip the wire with tweezers. Ready to drink some of these boys, beat me down at the pub. I use old transformer windings, they're great as well. Yeah, you can use transformer windings, yeah, as long as it's conductive really, but ideally you want some sort of an enamel protection, just because sometimes you might need to run across other traces. But as long as it's conductive, it's pretty much fine to use. Yeah, so I'll leave a little bit of overhang just because I like somewhere to grip it with tweezers once I'm placing the connector in place. A nice solid connection there. Roller point 2, it's too thin for my liking. It's the thickness of a hair. It's actually not. 0.2mm is perfectly fine for most jobs. In fact, it's more than enough for most jobs. If you want to see the thickness of a human hair, the stuff I've got on this massive frigging reel here, that's the thickness of a human hair. It's 0.067mm, so it's 1/6 of a 0.1mm jumper wire. 60% thickness. .067mm. That's actual human hair thickness. 0.2mm is quite big. Anonymous repair. Hello. Have you used them copper replacement traces? I've got some. I'm honestly not a fan. Shall I use one for the last trace? What do you guys reckon? Shall I use one for the last trace? I have got some. I'm just not a fan of them. Right, there we go. There we go. What do you guys reckon? Shall I use one of the replacement pad things? Let's wait to get some replies on that. A little bit of a delay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of them either, Dream. Honestly, I'm not. Right, while I'm waiting for people to reply and let me know what they think, I'm going to clean up. Transformer windings from all stereos have 3 different sizes, great for all kinds of traces. Oh, nice. G8 said no. Paul on Twitch said why not. If I can drop a port on and then run jumpers, 100% will. I prefer to do that, but I've tend to find lately though I've been having problems where they just keep, well, the customers are just too rough with them afterwards, and they end up frigging snapping. So I've started doing the jumper wires before. Stick to what you know best. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I have got some of these replacement trace thingy with dingies. I'm just not a fan of them, honestly. Like, they might come in useful sometime. I did buy some just for that, because they might come in useful one day. But yeah, I'm just not a fan of them at all. I'm going to use normal jumper wire. Like you said, stick to what I know. Stick to what works for me. I'm just stuck in my ways, I guess. Find them floppy. Yeah, me too. They're for phones. Yeah, they are, yeah. They're not great. Not great. Not for this kind of work. You can buy bigger ones. I think Northridge Fix uses bigger ones for HDMI ports, but nah. I'll stick to my 0.17mm trace wire and be happy and know it's going to work perfect. So yeah, if it works, why change it? Just don't seem as durable. Yeah. Right, there we go. Well, that's pretty much good to go anyway. Just heat up that burnt flux there. And what I'm going to do is just clean up. Notice how I'm going with the direction of the trace so as not to damage it. So if I go with the direction of the trace, then it's not going to rip the trace clean off while I'm cleaning. If it don't work, you can always take it off. Yeah, you could, but fuck it. Just stick to what I know. Right, I need to find my conformal coating. Can you tell I haven't been in the workshop for a week? Don't know where anything is. So now I need to find my conformal coating, so that might take me another minute. Or 5. Might take me a minute. There it is, got it. Cool. Really need to get better organised. Anyway, let's put some conformal coating on. So, well, solder mask. Because I know people are whinging like a bitch. It's not conformal coating, it's solder mask. Shut the fuck up, it does the same job. I don't care, it does the same job. But yeah, let's put some solder mask on. See, look, twats like dream spec. Look, solder mask. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Right, so what this will do is just help to secure the wires down and keep them nice and solid. It's solder mask. It does the same job, dickheads. I'm just playing. You don't need much of this either. It's like a PCB glue sort of thing. Prefer hot glue. Now you're just trolling me. Anyway, there we go. Nothing moves then. Yeah, you can do it like that, yeah. Andrew basically just said that he usually puts it all over the jumper wire, so basically like this. I do it random ways. I don't have a set way of doing that. So what he does is he covers the entire wire like this, and then he just scrapes away where he wants to solder to. So you can do it that way. I don't normally go all the way. I play hard to get. Yeah, so I don't normally cover it all the way. Sometimes I will. Sometimes I'll just do the top. It doesn't really make much difference. It's just personal preference. But if you do run it all the way down like this, then it'll basically secure the entire wire for you. I usually go like 2/3 of the way down if I do use this method. And basically then it's only going to move where you haven't got solder mask. By the way, you buy a tub of solder mask for £4 or £5 or whatever they're costing these days. I've had this tube for going on 3 years. And I do a lot of repairs, and I do use it very often, because a lot of the repairs I do are quite complex, and I've still got 2/3 of a tube of this solder mask left. It will last you forever. I've had this tube for years. Well, not years, about 3 years, something along them lines. And it doesn't go off as well as long as you don't leave it in direct sunlight. And they say we rollin', they hatin'. Right, so what I'll do then is just make sure it's nice and flat. There we go. Keep it nice and flat. Notice I've got an overhang there, because then I can use tweezers to grip it and lift it up so as I can make sure it gets a contact with the pin. Once I'm done, I'm going to pass mine on to my grandkids. Mate, honestly, you probably fucking could. Genuinely. Right, UV light warning. Put your sunglasses on if you do not want to be exposed to a laser. So this is a 405 nanometer wavelength laser. It's not a UV light because it's not the right wavelength for UV. It's just outside of the UV spectrum, but it's basically the 405 nanometer wavelength cures the solder mask a lot better. The one thing I don't put solder mask on is the ground anchor points which I've created. But it cures the solder mask a lot better. And these cost about £4 from AliExpress for one of these lasers. Just search 405NM laser and you'll find this exact one. Lewis Rossman uses the same one. Hello from Dallas, Texas. Nice, welcome. See you in the next stream. Don't want to be going to bed at daft o'clock. No worries, Ellis. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. I appreciate it as always, mate. Thank you, dude. And have a good night's sleep, mate. It's alright for some. I'm going to sleep while we have to sit here working. Right, so now I've cured it a little bit. I'm just going to use a little bit of warm air with it, and that's going to make it nice and solid all the way over. There we go. Right, guys, work in the morning. No worries, Andrew. Thank you, mate. I appreciate you hanging out. Yeah, so now it's absolutely solid. So if I give this a little wiggle test now, shouldn't move an inch from there onwards. Well, kind of does. A little bit not cured there, but I'm really not worried. Most of it's cured, and that's all that matters. So now I can prep the connector, and I'll do that by adding some flux to it. Why do you stream so late? I've got a autistic son, and it's a little bit harder to take for one parent to take care of him, if that makes sense. So I don't like to stream until he's asleep, because, you know. Hey, Mike.
Jaeger super chatted $9.99.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, so I've got an autistic son, and he does require a lot of attention. Plus, he knows how to climb a ladder, and if he gets in this workshop, I would literally have to drop everything. But he does require a lot more attention than you know, like the other two kids do. So I don't like to stream till he's fully asleep, because at least then the worst that's going to happen is he's going to wake up for a bottle, and that's it. So yeah, second question: when's the Q&A coming? I can do Q&As pretty much all the time. If I see the question, I'll answer it. You know. I'm trying to learn how to solder some laptop repairs I've got. Well, I've actually bought a laptop with no power. Right. So notice how I've just removed all of that, all of those pads from there. So now what I'll do is drop this in place, or roughly in place. I'm going to press on it from inside the connector, so as it's flat to the board, or as flat as it will possibly go to the board. And then I'm going to add some flux. Are all repairs straightforward for you? No, definitely not, mate. The reason that a lot of repairs look easy for me is because I'm just used to that specific repair. So like, for example, this, I've done it hundreds of times. And when you do it so many times, you just get used to it. And that's why people think I'm a genius, when I'm really not. I'll make it look easy because I'm just used to this specific job. Like a HDMI port to me is straightforward, whereas to someone else it's going to be difficult. But at one point it was difficult to me as well. You know, at one point I couldn't even imagine soldering a couple of millimeter component. It's just that as you get more experience, they start to become more, they start to become a lot easier. Right, so I've got some solder on the edge of the iron, on the tip of the iron, and I'm just going to anchor it down on one side, like that. But no, not all repairs are straightforward. Some of them are real head scratchers. I mean, you've got to have a basic understanding of how a circuit works, but you don't have to be a genius for this stuff. You really don't. And I'm certainly not a genius. I've got no qualifications. I dropped out of school when I was 12. Not qualified in absolutely anything at all. And if I can do it, then anyone can. You don't have to scrape the top of the new solder mask. No, because I didn't put it all the way down. So because I didn't put all the solder mask all the way down, there's still some of the jumper wire exposed. So that gives me somewhere to actually solder to. That's why I don't put the solder mask all the way down to the edge of the jumper wire. For that exact reason. It's just what I found works best for me. To do them as quick as I can, because when I'm not recording, because I wouldn't normally film these because I've filmed so many of them. Generally I can do one of these in about 15 to 20 minutes. This specific job, same as a HDMI port, from start to finish about 25 minutes. That's including disassembly and reassembly as well. If I'm not filming, it's just that when I'm filming it takes twice as long. Right, so I'll flood that with solder now. And that's going to make sure that it doesn't go anywhere. And this is literally going to be stronger than it's ever been. Trust me, it's going to be stronger than it's ever been. There we go. And yes, it don't look pretty, but neither do any of the other methods that you use for this, so who gives a toss? I've actually had people say to me before, oh, you've got to make it look better than that. No, I've got to make it functional. If it looks good, then it looks good. But I don't give a shit as long as it's functional. And as long as it's a long-lasting repair, and as long as the customer's not rough with it again, then it will be. Right, so now I've just got to solder these jumper wires to the pins themselves. So I can do this one of two ways. I can either grab the jumper wire with the tweezers and lift it up, or I can just add a nice blob of solder. That's too much, but I'll clean it up in a second. I can just add a nice blob of solder and allow it to bond nicely between the wire and the pin itself, like that. But then that excess jumper wire there I can use as kind of like a nudge test, because I can just wiggle the wire and see if the pin moves with it, and it does. Yeah, there we go. So another thing I can do is I can use diode mode on the multimeter as well. So if I get the multimeter in diode mode, realistically the pins, so these pins on the connector are pretty much just a conduit between the wire and the board. So if you put your multimeter into diode mode and pop your red probe on ground and you check each pin for a diode reading at the pin at the top, not on this part here, because you could end up touching the jumper wire. If you test for a diode reading here, if you get a diode reading, then you know it's connected. And I've got 0.592 there, which is good. This one, I get 0.995. That is a normal reading for that specific pin. That one I get dead short, which again, normal reading for that pin because it's ground. And this one I get 0.403, which is a normal reading. So I know that all of those pins are connected. I know 100% that the pins are connected and that the job is pretty much complete. I've just got to clean up. Shut up, multimeter. So, before I clean up, I am going to wick away this little bit of a solder blob. I did get a little bit of spillage there, but it happens. There we go. And now I'm just going to heat up the area just to soften that flux up a little bit. Don't want to keep the heat there for too long, so I don't want to melt the connector. And then I can just give it a good clean. And by the way, I cleaned up that burnt flux from that area up there earlier as well, as I was cleaning the rest of it. From when I was first tinning that wire. I tinned enough to make sure I didn't really have to tin much during the actual trace repair. But you'll see here I'm not exactly being gentle with the toothbrush as I'm cleaning it. It's not going to go anywhere because of them new anchor points. It's going to be nice and strong and everybody's going to be happy. Let's give it a nice clean all the way around. Do-de-do, just like a janitor. Inside the connector as well. There we go. And we're good. Good morning, CG. How's it going, mate? How you doing? Hey, hey. And now I can trim away these excess little bits of wire that I no longer need. Snip. 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 And snip. There you go. Don't want to leave excess wire just in case it does short out on something. Now I'm happy. Well, because I trimmed the excess bits of wire away. Yeah, you don't want to leave them, just in case. Get them as close as you possibly can to the edge of the pin itself. You're never going to get it completely flush, but as flush as can be. As flush as can be. I do like to try and make it look neat, but like, for example, them anchor points, you're never going to get them anchor points to look neat, but give that a wiggle. Like, give it as much of a wiggle as you want. It's not going anywhere. It's solid. And it's way better than using hot glue. Hot glue's weak as shit. Solder can hold 700 kg per square inch. So, I think it's square inch. So yeah, not looking pretty, but certainly going to be functional. And it's certainly going to work. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Yeah. Cheers, Wackman. I appreciate that, mate. But yeah, that's my method for doing it, and it seems to work great for me. But like I said earlier, if you come to it where those couple of wires, the small ones, wasn't there anymore, I'd use these two test points on the back. For ground, you can just go to anywhere, and then for the 5 volt, you can use this big trace here. But yeah, there we go. That's job done. Just going to put some fresh thermal pasta on here. Looking functional. Yeah. 109 more likes needed. Yes, we need 109 more likes. Come on, people. 109 more likes. Otherwise, I do not work overtime tonight. I might not do a MacBook. I might do a no power laptop instead. I got an Acer which I bought off eBay for like 50 something quid. So instead of doing a MacBook, I might do an Acer laptop. And they say we rolling, they hating. How do people rip these off? I've actually done it myself once. The way I did it was I was actually live streaming, and I put the board back together after a repair. I think it was a no display repair. It didn't seem to be working, so I flipped the board and I flipped the housing around so I could take the motherboard back out. Forgot that I hadn't screwed the power supply in. Power supply fell, took the connector with it. So yeah, that's how I did it. But most of the time, it's purely down to the fact that the ribbon, which I'll show you in a minute, the cable, which I'll show you in a minute, is just too short, and people just don't realise how short it is when I'm taking the console apart. So they take the console apart, they go to lift the power supply out, and it just yanks at it. And a lot of the time, it's down to that. And they say we rolling, they hating. They're trying to catch me fixing today. But then other times it's down to the fact that people use pliers to take it apart. Like to take the connector out, and they'll grip on the wrong part of the connector, and they'll just yank it clean off. That's another way it happens. But a lot of the time, when I've had a lot of feedback from people saying that they watched my video, and the reason was just because they didn't realise how long it was, or how short it was, should I say. I've already smashed the button. Thank you, Jess. What the bloody hell has he done there? You talking on me? $263 likes, let's go. Yep, just under 100 to go. If we get 350 likes, then I'll work overtime on one of my own devices. And they say we rolling, they hating. Right. Let's get this back together. 6 dislikes. Ah well. Leave the dislikers to it. I don't give a fuck. Like most normal creators, most normal streamers or YouTubers, whatever you want to call us, we don't give a shit about dislikes. They don't bother us in the slightest. If people dislike it, like all I ask people, which never happens by the way, but all I ask people is if they are going to dislike it, tell me why. Single phase or 3-phase stuff, to export a 2 horsepower jet grinder, electric, and not sure what I need. Is it a 110 grinder? Is it a 110 volt grinder? $272 likes, let's go, more. If it's a 110 volt grinder and you're in a country that doesn't have 110 volt, then you'd need... Actually, just post the model number and I'll have a look. Smash the like button and save the code of some money. The worst thing is it cost me money. Love the news today. Guy sponsored a fit blonde Ukraine and left his missus for her. Savage as fuck. Oh god. Oh dear. If you don't like it, get the fuck out. Nah. I'll just ask that people if they do dislike it, just let me know why. Because then, if people don't let you know why, if people just dislike it and just fuck off, then you can't change it, can you? Like, you can't do anything to change anything. Oh, it won't let you post a link, mate. The links are blocked. You'd have to post the model number so I can Google it. Yeah, so we're setting the bar pretty high, 350 likes we need today. So we need 75 more likes. 75 more likes. 1 like from Bulgaria. Thank you. I appreciate that. We need 75 more likes for me to work on either a MacBook or a laptop. And that'll be your guys' choice on what I work on. I'll either work on an A1708 MacBook or an ASAP laptop. Whichever one you guys choose in a poll on YouTube. Butts to you. $56 away. Can we get 56 more likes? Come on. You can do it. Do dee do do do. Do 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 do. Hey Siri, remind me to like the stream. Ha ha. I've got the power. 300 likes. Yeah, we're getting close. 43 to go. Hey Google, remind me to like the stream in 10 minutes.
Alright, but first you'll have to unlock your device.
We have barely that watching on YouTube. Yeah, but most of the people that are watching on YouTube right now wouldn't have been watching at the start of the stream. So 350 is achievable. I think it should work on the MacBook. It does, yeah. I believe it does. Actually, I'll put that MacBook, the one that I'm keeping myself, I'll put it back together fully this morning, this afternoon. It seems to be working great. Battery lasts about 5 hours on normal battery mode, whatever the hell is the default. Seems to be running great. So yeah, happy days on that. We are 32 likes away from me working overtime. Right, yeah, so what I was saying was the cable on these is just so short. So what happens is, because it's also on an angle, as you can see there, when people lift it up, they just lift it straight up like that, and as soon as they get to there, they don't realise that it's stretching, and they'll either lift it that way and just yank it clean off, or they'll lift it straight the way up, and rather than stopping and letting it just hang freely like that, they'll just yank it and it'll just pull the connector straight off. That's the most common way that this happens, or at least as far as I'm aware. 319 likes. Getting close. Getting close. And they say we rolling. They hating. Trying to catch me like in the stream. $3.20. Oh, Chris, I didn't see you there, mate. Yeah, have a good night, buddy. This is a customer repair. Just quicks. Very close. I got the pair and put a thumbs up. Sweet. Yes, we are 28 away. Come on, you can do it, people. Right, well, that's only cool people like this live. Yeah, I'll just text my grand so she can like it as well. Nice. That's pretty funny. Right. So the missing screws are actually in a bag downstairs. They got sent with the console. I just forgot to bring them up. So I'm gonna grab some replacement screws and just throw some replacements in. To be fair, if there's generally screws missing and I've got replacements, I'll replace them anyway, normally. And I've got loads of replacement screws. I've got boxes full of them. So, yeah, generally if I've got missing screws, I will replace them. The one screw I haven't got to replace right now is going to be the outer case screw, so the black outer case screw. Not going to be able to replace that today, or rather not right now, but it should be in the bag downstairs. Oh, hang on. No, they're not official Sony screws. That is though. There you go. Cool. But yeah, whenever I can replace them, I do replace them. If I have to replace more than 5 or 6, I generally charge the customer. But anything less, and nah, pointless. But yeah, at least now I can just, at least now I don't have to take my screwdriver down the stairs. Unleash the second account likes. Nice. Nice. Hack that shit. Right. You motherfucker. We are 21 likes away. So if you haven't liked the stream and you want me to continue working after this job, then I highly recommend you press like and get us closer to 350. $20 away. Where did I just put my screw tube? There it is. I will need to put the hard drive screw in downstairs, so I'll have to take one screwdriver down. 15 away, 13 away. Come on, we can do it. You can do it, bitches. Yoink. And what do we need? It's going to be the IEC. Can we get a discount for being such great students? A discount on what? Thank you, QS. I appreciate you, mate. Real supporters over here. 343. We 7 away, and I'm about to test this console. Boom. She be working. Oh, someone disliked it. Wankers. Do it. Do it now. Work on the MacBook, get it fixed. I won't work on that MacBook that I was working on the other day. I'll work on a different one. I've got loads. Right, let me go studio mode. Capture card. And it's auto logged in, so I'm going to need to log out because yeah, I'm going to need to log out because I can see a full name on that, so bear with me while I do so. Sorry if you're going to put an at everyone on Discord. Log out. What was wrong with it? It was the power supply connector was damaged. Right, so I'm going to go for user 1, that will do. Hey, CG!
CGS super chatted $10.49 for 10 likes, zany face.
Should we count that as 10 likes? €10 dono? Should we count that as 10 likes? Yeah, I think we should, shouldn't we? Thank you, CG. I appreciate that, dude. Alright, I'll work overtime. Everyone's going to dislike the stream now. Oh, dear. Right, okay. Hey, money talks, bitches. Money talks, bitches. Anyway, that's all working. Minecraft is in the disk drive there. But yeah, everything seems to be working. Yeah, let's delete the customer's Wi-Fi details. Why not? 3 more likes. Let's do this. Oh, have we got to 350 anyway? I'm not looking. Hey, 352. Nice, awesome. Well, looks like I'm working over tonight. GG, well done. Thank you. Oh, stop it. I don't care about motion sensor. Go away. Yeah, that picks up anyway. This controller's playing up lately. The motion sensor and shit keeps playing up. Yeah, it's picking up Wi-Fi. Disk drive appears absolutely fine. Any retro consoles coming up in future? Hopefully, mate. I just need to find some. I'm going to grab some PS1s out of the old workshop in the next day or two. Work on some of them. Yep, disk drive is working. I'm happy. So yeah, seems to be working. I've got the hiccups. Seems to be working fine. I'll give it a full test tomorrow with a controller that actually fucking works properly. But yeah, there we go. Boom. Job done. Awesome. No eBay shopping for the coder tonight. Yeah, save me some money. Do. Bear with me a sec. Just waiting for that to shut. Oh, it shut down. Ha. Cool. Right. I guess I'm working over. Overtime, bitches. So yeah, it's overtime now. Now that that job's done. Happy days. I'll go and grab a cup of coffee. Keep me awake. And, well, it actually won't, but never mind. I'll go and grab a cup of coffee and find something to work on. I'm just going to pick something at random, I think. Oh, look at that random key that I found in a disk drive. Ha! What was that notification? Right, I shall be back. Have a good night, G8. Thank you for hanging out, mate. How dare you at everyone. Shocking. Terrible. Right. Hello there. Alright, let me just put some of this back. Because now we are in overtime. Let's just update the current task. And then I'm gonna pin that message so it's there for everyone. There we go. That's on YouTube, by the way. I don't know how to pin a message on Twitch. Cool. It's amazing. It's amazing just how many tools you actually use during one repair, or how many different things you use, like jumper wire, solder mask, flux, tweezers, a knife, toothbrush, IPA. But there's so many things that you actually use during one repair. Mad. Absolutely mad. Anyway, let's clean up a little bit, if I can. And they say we rolling. Do I sell the stuff on eBay? I would rather sell it privately. The stuff that I buy, I do sell. So the stuff I buy to repair, I do end up selling usually. I'd rather sell it privately because then I can offer it to my community at a cheaper price than I would on eBay. But also avoid eBay hassle. Where'd you get that green mat? Amazon, but it's shit, mate. Don't buy it. They burn really easy. Don't buy it, honestly. Right, okay. We have a A1708 MacBook. Just don't put your missus' toothbrush back when you finish using it to clean up a board. Shh, don't tell her. If it was easy, everyone would do it. True. True. Yeah. This is a MacBook A1708 that I bought on eBay. Let me find the listing really quick. Selling any large tablets? No, I haven't got any, mate, at all, to be honest. Purchase history. I do have a bag full of tablets which are broken, though, that someone gave me. But they're all small ones and shit. Right, okay, let me find this MacBook that I bought. It's going to be a 2017 A1708. So there's one, but I know I bought more than one, so it might not be that one. So I just got to find the listing. Yeah, it's not that one because that hasn't got a sticker on it. Just got to find the listing. And they say we rolling, they hating. A1708. 2017 Core i5 7360U, 8GB RAM. Yep, that's the one. Right, okay, so burn, baby, burn. Yeah. So desktop. This, I believe, is the correct one. Oh, hang on, there's no stickers on that one. 167D. Oh yeah, that is the one. Yeah, 167D. So I paid £173.87 with postage. Actually, this might not be liquid damaged. It just says unknown as does not power on. Good cosmetic condition, 13-inch, no SSD. So apparently, you just don't turn on. So hopefully we're going to figure it out. But yeah, there we go. So £173.87. And it is a fairly decent condition MacBook. There we go. Okay. Let's get rid of that silly sticker. There we go. At least I don't put impossible to remove stickers on it. Why is OBS on that screen and not my other screen? No, that's where my chat goes. Now, get back on the right screen, you bastard. Thank you. Okay. There we go. Right, so let me just change this pinned message then. Replace pinned message. There we go. Cool. Still the zilch. I use it already up to £32 rewards and £700 split from 200. Nice. Still using it then? I have on my zilch. I did buy a couple of things on split payments because I want to try and increase my limit a little bit more. But I've got £220 in rewards, which is nice. One of them payments that I got a reward from was today, and it was to Moser. Paid it in full and got 2% back. If anyone in the UK wants a link to Zilch, I'm going to post one. You'll get £15 free if you sign up. It's a paying 3 thing. I'm just gonna shill it. Why not? I know it's a good company. I know it works. So I'm gonna post a link on YouTube and on Discord as well. Not on Discord. On Twitch. And if you use my referral link, you'll get £15 completely free when you sign up. So yeah, sign up on Zilch as a paying 3 thing, and you'll get £15 completely free. And if you pay in full, you get 2% back. Did you go back to that Series X? Not yet, mate. No, not yet. I already got a cheeky £15. Yeah, you did. You said you got that. Yeah. So have you been using it since, or did you just literally use it to get that £15? You don't even need to use it. Just like after the first purchase, just use it for your first purchase. Get 15 quid off, and you're laughing. Like, no, I saw a vote buy. Yeah, I'll grab one at random, mate. Sorry. Yeah, use it. Get 15 quid free off a purchase, and done. don't use it again. It doesn't make a difference. You still get the 15 quid off. 15 quid of free money. Honestly, just having the 15 quid was free. Was sick. Yeah, that's what I mean. Look, it's a win-win. You get 15 quid free just for signing up. It's pretty awesome. And I'll get £15 as well, so it helps me. Right, so this is a MacBook A1708, and all of the base screws are missing, which is whatever. What's your eBay shop called? Thecoder.yt. I haven't got a shop, I've just got a normal eBay selling page. But thecoder.yt, if you type in thecoder.live/eBay, it'll take you straight there. Free 30g of baccy. Exactly. If you smoke, it's a free pack of cigs or a free pack of tobacco. You don't even have to use it after the first thing, after the first one. You just sign up, get £15 off your first purchase, don't use it again, doesn't matter. Oh, I meant still, not still. I used the £15 towards a £20 bag, loved it. Oh dear. Ask your dear if he takes credit cards. Anyway, this has got no power, apparently. So let's plug it in. I'm going to see what current it's taking. So what is my ammeter saying? We're drawing 20 volts at 0.68 amps, 0.7 amps. That's charging, or it's attempting to charge. 0.7 amps. That's turning on. The backlight is also turning on. That's not a power issue. That looks like a no image issue. That looks like a no image issue, not a no display. 0.81 amps. That's not charging current, but... Oh. Hello. It's fixed. This was supposed to be no power. It's high fan spin. Just needed your touch, yeah. Oh, I thought you meant something else, all console repairs. I'm not into that shit either, mate, but... I thought you meant something else. Oh, dear. Okay, it's not detecting a battery. Ow. I've got to remember how the hell you get these open now. I thought you meant something else. Lol. No OS because there's no SSD. Right. How do you open these now? You just... unclip it. And slide. There you go. Right, so it's not detecting a battery. Okay, someone's been messing because the trackpad's unplugged. Battery's not expanded. Huh. Okay, this is odd. Unclip around sides and slide towards the front. Yeah. I just forget because I don't open them often enough. Right, okay, so could just have a battery failure. That's the wrong screwdriver. That's the one. Right. That was tight. So the trackpad was unplugged. What else is unplugged? Is there anything? Dong. Screen's not in the greatest condition. There's a couple of scratches. Will they turn on without a battery? They will, yeah. 0.9 amps now. Haven't got high fan spin anymore, but I don't think it's charging that battery. So the high fan spin was because of the trackpad, but I don't think it's charging the battery. I need an SSD and I don't think I have one. Let me have a look on this other listing and just see if it came with an SSD, because if it did, then I'll 2.8 amps. Battery's just started charging. Okay, cool. Right, so now the battery's charging. So I wonder why this has been sold then, because yeah, it don't really make a lot of sense, does it? How it's working now and it wasn't before, apparently. Don't know, maybe someone just wasn't using the right charger. I don't know. I'm not going to complain. If this is going to work, I'm not going to complain. I'll just grab the other one and work on that instead. SSD removed. Fuck. Got no SSD for this. Is the screen getting what it wants? Yeah, it's working. Yeah, I haven't got an SSD. Unfortunately. I do not have a 1708 SSD. But that's working. So I'm going to have to buy a SSD. How much does that cost? £63.97. That's not bad. No, I'd rather buy a 512 gig for 8588. Non-touch bar model. Being assessed by CEX staff. Yeah, that would explain it. Yeah, so the other A1708 I've got has had the SSD removed as well. Got a 1 terabyte for £100. Someone's selling one for £90 for £256, so they're on crack. Why don't I just wipe and reset? Yeah. Annoying. Ideally, I want to be looking at the used market. I should probably show you what I'm seeing. Let me just... There we go. Yeah, so I'm looking at this one. No, not this one. The 512 gig one for £85.88. So I'd probably buy a 512 for this. But ideally, I want to be looking at the used market. It appears to be working. So condition use, excuse me, 128. Nope, not interested in that. Not interested in that. No. Why are the used prices so ridiculous? What a bunch of idiots. I mean, I get that they're genuine, but why? Like, why try and sell them so high? Like, that used price is ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna add that to my basket. I'll order that later on. Get it by Thursday? Sweet. I'll sort it out on Friday then on stream. Yeah. I think that's going to be the best price. 512 gigabytes. Cool. Greed, yeah. Go lowest price. Nah, stuff it. I'll just buy a brand new one. Yeah, so I'll order that later. Now the 2017 MacBook. It is, mate, yeah. It is indeed. Yeah, that appears to be working, and I'm not seeing any signs of liquid damage on there either. Or at least so far. No, I'm not seeing any signs of any damage to this board. I'm not sure why this has been sold as faulty. But I think I've probably just got a good bargain here. So if I paid 176 for this, what do these go for used? 390 quid. Yeah, laughing. Profit all the way to the bank. And you just tuned in if you're buying for testing purpose. No, I need one for this because I bought this as faulty and it appears to be working. But yeah, unplug that. So I've just unplugged that. Battery is now charging. So really weird. So I bought this on eBay as no power, and it's working. So really not sure what the deal is with that, but I'm not going to grumble. Whack an SSD in it, straight back on eBay. After I've replaced the base screws. I'm not going to grumble at that at all. So I will sideline that for now. Unfortunately, attach a hard drive via USB-C. I could, but I don't have macOS on. I don't have macOS on a USB at the minute, and I don't have a blank hard drive I can use. But yeah, that appears sweet. Make sure no iCloud and shit. Yeah. I mean, either way, I wouldn't lose money on this. A1708 LCD. An A1708 LCD, you're looking at around about £150 for a grade B. So yeah, I wouldn't lose money on it. It's got a working battery, got a working screen, working keyboard. Well, I'm assuming working keyboard. I'm assuming working trackpad. But yeah, unfortunately, not going to be able to do anything with this at the minute. I was hoping to be diagnosing a no power issue, but apparently not. Unless it is a faulty keyboard. Well, no, because the power button's working. So, yeah. Having a bootable USB flash drive is handy. Yeah, that is true. I need to get one. I do need to get one sorted. Right. Well, stuff it, that can stay on there. Yeah, I'll go and get the other one. I do have two A1708s. So, yeah. Back in a minute. See if that's selling the SSD. It's probably sold by now. Right, I'm just going to take my painkillers because my head's hurting. Yeah, you can use internet recovery, but I just don't have a hard drive for it and a blank external drive at the minute. I'll be back. There we go. Okay. Got another one. Don't worry. There's always a backup plan. Always a backup plan. Okay. So, what was wrong with this one? So this one I paid £165 for with postage. Let me just bring my desktop up. So this one I paid £165 for. And it says liquid damage MacBook Pro A1708, 8GB RAM. SSD removed, blah blah blah, because you can't just format it, can you? Because MacBooks are encrypted anyway. Ugh. Laptop doesn't start, had water spilt on a keyboard, sold for spares or repair. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, anyway. This I don't think is a commercial seller. or if it is, it's a home-based business. Okay, they are a commercial seller. Well, fuck you then. Yeah, okay, well, fair enough. Or they're fairly new to it, one of the two. Let's see what they've sold recently. Not a lot. Not a fat lot. Yeah, okay, well, fair enough. So yeah, not really a massive seller. The SSD is encrypted. The data's usually encrypted on them, yeah. As far as I'm aware. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, the data's encrypted. So, yeah. Right, anyway. It'd be a piss take if the screen's dead. I've got one. So I'm all good. I'm all good if it's a dead screen. Right. So let's take a look then. So what's going on with this one? So we've got 5 volts. And it looks like we're not getting... So the charger's activating, which means USB detect is there. But we're stuck on 5 volts, 0 amps. Let's just turn the charger around. Yep, stuck on 5 volts, 0 amps. Let's try the other port. 5 volts, 0 amps. So it's not going to boot at all. Screen looks in okay condition, apart from the fingerprints I've just put on it. So, yeah, stuck on 5 volts, 0 amps. So that's obviously not going to turn on. So a MacBook, the way it's supposed to work is it's supposed to talk to the charger, and it's supposed to tell the charger that it wants 20 volts. The charger's supposed to say, okay, here's 20 volts, and then the MacBook will charge, and Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt, and the MacBook will turn on. It's not doing that. So, unfortunately, that is normally, I believe, an issue with one of the CD3215s, which is the USB-C MUX chip. So, yeah, we might... this is apparently liquid damaged, so we might end up with a bad CD3215 here. Or it could just need a little bit of love and care, and then it might turn on. So I'm going to hunt for my pentalobe screwdriver. That's T5. That's my Phillips, so it's not that one. Where's my P5 gone? There it is. So pentalobe screwdriver. CD3215 has left the chat. Yes, indeed. But yeah, let's just see what we can do. So we've got a decent condition screen on this. I've not paid that much for it, so I mean, as long as the screen works, we're pretty much break even, which is why I don't mind paying £165 for it with the postage. Was it pulling 20 volts? It was not. No, this one isn't detecting 20 volts. So now I've got to try and pry my way into this one. Should really be using a plastic spudger for this, but it belongs to me, so it doesn't really matter too much. As long as I don't damage it too much. There we go. Okay, I can already see one of the LDIs has been set off. The liquid damage indicator. Screen all day worth 150. Yeah, exactly, mate. Precisely that. Alright, let's just get rid of some of this dust. So again, another one with no SSD, which is fine. So I think because this has been sold as liquid damaged, I think step number 1 is going to be to just get the board out. I would say. I've got a feeling we're going to have a liquid damaged keyboard as well. Maybe even a trackpad. Let's have a look at the trackpad ribbon. Yeah, seems okay there. All seems fine so far. Good. Do. So I'm not seeing signs. Well, I'm seeing signs of liquid damage because the LDIs have been set off, but I'm not seeing any corrosion so far. So the LDIs are these little red dots. They're the liquid damage indicators. There's one there, there's one there, there's one there, and I think that's it. But yeah, they've all been set off, so we've definitely... But then again, the liquid damage indicators, I don't trust them because they, half the time, they go off just with a little bit of humidity in the air. Just a little bit of humidity in the air. I'm hunting around as I'm disconnecting everything, looking for any signs of any corrosion and things like that. Not seeing any so far though. And they say we rolling, they hating. Ooh, now I'm seeing corrosion around this connector here. Alright, well, there we go then. Definitely liquid damage then. Is that the keyboard connector? Ooh, that's bad. That's pretty bad. Yeah, that's going to need replacement. That's definitely going to need a replacement. At least a replacement ribbon. Don't know about the connector. I think I have a, as far as I'm aware, I've got a donor board for one of these though, so we're all good. We are Gucci. So I should be able to pull any connectors and ribbons I need. I remember how to get this frigging thing out now. I think there's a screw down here somewhere. There she is. There we go. Okie dokie. Let's have a look. Right, so before I work on the chassis, because there's definitely some damage around the chassis, I just want to inspect the board under a microscope, but probably going to need to replace a keyboard here. If that's the case, it's just going to be a case of I'll replace the entire base, because yeah, I'm not replacing the keyboard. But let's just have a look under the microscope. Pink Panther gloves, yes indeed, gotta love them, gotta love them. People told me to buy gloves, so I bought gloves. Oh dear, gotta love it. Easy rolling. Try voltage, no keyboard, disattached. Yeah, I will do in a second. I just want to get this. Well, it might help if I actually plug the fucking capture card in. I just want to try this. I just want to have a look under the scope at this board. Once I get the microscope attached. That should be coming on in a minute, so bear with it. Come on, you bastard. There we go. Alright. Gonna say no signal. Yeah, I'll keep disconnecting the friggin' HDMI lead like a dickhead. Right, so I'm gonna give this a really good inspection. See if I can see any signs of any liquid damage on the board itself. While I've got the board out, I may as well just scan over it and just hunt around a little bit. Not seeing any reason to take that sticker off. So here's the CD3215s. As you can see, they're right next to the charge ports, and as you can also see, I'm not seeing any reason why they are going to fail. So this is the one with dual USB-C ports, and you've got one CD3215 for each one. These are the USB-C MUX chips, the charging chips, and if one fails, they both fail. So yeah, you're up shit's creek with that. So what I'm looking for is any signs of any kind of corrosion, any signs of any damage to any of these test points, any signs of blown traces, burnt caps, just that sort of stuff, damage to any components, holes in things, just any sign to give me any reason, anything to give me an indicator as to what's going on. And the board honestly looks pretty mint, to be honest. It looks pretty mint. Yes, the LDIs have gone off, but like I said, I don't really trust them. We do have some corrosion around this connector. That's going to need replacing, I think. I doubt that's going to be salvageable. that connector might not be savable. But like I said, I do have a donor board where I can steal that connector from. I believe that is the keyboard connector as well. There's some very, very minor corrosion around the CPU V-core MOSFETs, which is these things here. Very minor corrosion, but we would at least get 20 volts if that was the main cause. So yes, I will deal with that, but not as a matter of urgency. I want to... got a little sign of a bit of spillage there. That's probably the Wi-Fi chip, I think. I'm not 100% sure. USB-C ports do look in okay condition as well. But I'm not seeing, other than that keyboard connector, I'm not really seeing much of a reason why this wouldn't turn on. This is the 820000840. So I think it might be the keyboard. Oh, hang on, we do have some here. But I think the main issue might be the keyboard, to be honest. Yeah, a little bit of corrosion there. Bit of a burnt resistor. But nothing major. Little bit more damage there, nothing major. Don't think that would stop it turning on, or at least detecting 20 volts. And yeah, that's pretty much it. There's not really a lot going on here in terms of damage. Let's just see what the deal is with this connector. Could be something connecting from the chassis. Yeah, it probably is the keyboard. So we're probably going to have to replace the keyboard. But I do want to try and at least clean up this connector and get rid of the corrosion, because corrosion can cause a short. And obviously I want to just see if it at least cleans up okay, which I don't think it's going to. I think I'm going to need to replace that connector, to be quite honest. Yeah, we do have a burnt pin there, and I'm assuming that's going to be one of the main inputs, like a 5 volt line or something. Is it 5 volt or 3.3? I don't know. Check rear of board near the battery connection. My water damage board died near there. Yeah, I'm looking around the water damage, around the battery connection. There's nothing. I have looked around there. It's absolutely pristine on the back and front. Around that battery connector. I mean, I haven't looked underneath on the test points for the battery, but I'm not seeing any reason why it would be near there. Yeah, and that is fairly well protected as well, so I'm not even going to lift that off. Don't think I need to be honest. .3 volt on keyboard, right? Okay. Yeah, but I'm assuming that I haven't looked at the schematic for this yet, but I'm assuming that pin is going to be for the 3.3 volt line. Given how burnt it is, it might be savable. I don't know. It may be savable. A little bit of scraping and a reflow. The connector might be savable, but I don't think the ribbon's going to be, at least. So I'm going to need to tackle that. I do have donor parts though. I've got a donor keyboard that I can. Well, I've got an entire chassis that I can use, so I'll just replace the chassis if anything. I do have a 1708 chassis. All I need to do is get the battery out of this one. That connector might be savable, I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. But either way, you need a steel brush. Yeah, I'm thinking of getting one, yeah. Or at least something a little bit more rigid than this. My board was visibly burnt. Yeah, there's no sign, apart from down here really, there's not really a lot of liquid damage to this board. It's very minimal. No, I totally enjoyed your stream tonight. Thank you, dude. I appreciate that, mate. Have a good night's rest, mate. While we sit here working overtime. But yeah, I've got a board. Is it that one? No, it's not that one. I've got a board somewhere. An A1708 board. Right, okay. So, as suggested in chat, so for anyone watching this as a video, it is being live streamed right now. As suggested in live chat, I'm going to try it without anything plugged in, just see if it picks up 20 volts, because it could be the keyboard stopping it. Boom, 20 volts, and that is booting. That is booting. 0.6 amps, 20 volts. Yeah, it's a housing issue. Yep. Okay, so let's take a look then at the housing. That board is working, or at least preliminary observations would say it's working. I should get rid of some of this dust because this housing is absolutely filthy. Like the entire console is filthy. I think we might have some liquid damage around the LCD connector as well, to be honest. So the LCD might not be good in this. And I just hope that it didn't send 52 volts to the CPU. Ooh, that's bad. Ooh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. I'm hoping we've got lucky here, but yeah, the LCD connector's pretty rough there. Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's not. That was just reflections I was seeing then. No, that's not that bad. Perfect for overclocking. Very slight bit of IPA. I thought that was a lot worse. It's not. It's just a little bit. Tiny ass bit of corrosion around the LCD connector. And they say we rolling. Yeah. Tiny bit of corrosion just on the edge. That's fine. That's fine. That screen might have survived. Yeah, so the main issue here then is going to be down here on this connector here, which is the keyboard connector. Or at least I believe it's the keyboard connector. I could be wrong, but as far as I know, it's a keyboard. That is toast. That connector is toast. Or rather, that ribbon is toast, I think. No pins burnt, which is positive. Yeah, I think that connector is toast. Keep calling it a connector, you know what I mean. What was wrong? Liquid damage, mate. I don't think it's a trackpad. I think the trackpad's on a separate lung ribbon. Let's just see what happens with this when I clean it up properly. Let's see if it does scrape back clean. It might do. You never know. It might have died before it burnt it completely away. Question is, why is it toast? Just liquid damage, mate. Just liquid damage. Is there any liquid damage on there? Nah. So I'm just gonna Give this a little bit of a scrub. So it could have literally just been corrosion on the keyboard, stopping it on the keyboard connector, stopping it powering on. Is that trace gone? It might be. I can't tell. I think it's gone. But like I said, I would have to go downstairs, but I do have a full A1708 chassis available. One thing I can't do is test an operating system because, again, I don't have an SSD. But if I get it to boot, then I'm just going to buy 2 SSDs tonight. Look like the trace is gone. It does look like it's gone, yeah. I'm going to say it probably is. And it does look like it's going to be the main, I believe 3.3 volt, according to chat. Usually it's going to be the highest powered trace which blows. Yeah, that trace is gone, isn't it? That's a shame. It's not the end of the world, but it is a bit of a shame. Because now I've got to figure out how the hell to change that ribbon. Right, let me just double check and make sure it's gone. Yeah, we got no trace there. Trace is completely gone. So that one we get a beep. We actually have a short. Yeah, we actually have shorts on that as well. Don't know if that's normal, but I would say not. But yeah, that ribbon's definitely going to need replacing. So before I do that, I'm going to test the screen in this. So I'm not going to replace that ribbon if the screen is gone. Like, if the screen's failed, I'm not going to replace the ribbon. Because it would be pointless. I might as well just throw it all into a new housing. Unfortunately, I did steal the battery off my donor housing last week. So I would need to take the battery out of this one, assuming it works. Sure as hell hope it does. Because these batteries ain't friggin' cheap. And if I've got to replace a keyboard and a battery, then I'm in for a fair bit of money. Unfortunately. Because they are expensive. Keyboards are expensive, batteries are expensive. There we go. So I'm just going to test just by plugging in the LCD. I shall screw in the battery. No, I won't screw in the battery yet. Let's connect a few more things up. Let's connect up the fan. Let's leave that ribbon out because I think the keyboard does have a short on it. May not be a short. They seem to be connected to the same line. Yeah, there could be. I haven't actually looked at the schematic, so there could very well be. I'd need to look at the schematic to know. Or, unless someone in chat knows for sure. Rob Brown probably knows. He's probably sitting there laughing. Ah, you dickhead, you don't know what you're doing. That's Rob Brown to me, by the way. Ah, what a fucking idiot. You look at him. He's a noob. Fuck the speaker. I think that's a speaker. I hope it's a speaker, because otherwise I look like a more of an idiot. So yeah, I'll just connect everything else up. The trackpad ribbon looks fine. So, kind of hoping it is. Just bought a new mouse for my iMac. How much do you reckon? They're about 50 quid, aren't they? 50, 60 pound. Could be way off there. I was looking at one earlier and it was like 50, 60 pound, but I don't know if that was like newest generation. Because I'm going to buy an external keyboard and mouse. And also a USB-C. A dedicated USB-C monitor as well, I think. Right, well, let's see. With everything else connected apart from the keyboard and that one random speaker, which I should probably plug in just so I can eliminate it. So rather than taking the board out, I'm just going to take this out. Is it a speaker? I don't know. I think it is. £90, Jesus. Everyone started somewhere. I'm trying to keep quiet. Oh, I can take it, mate, don't worry. Yeah, I am a noob with MacBooks, which is why I spent well over £1,000 a couple of weeks ago on buying a shitload of MacBooks to fix, because rule number one, you don't work on a customer's device if you're not competent. So if it was something like an A1466, I've worked on enough of them to be confident, but something like this, I'm not confident. Not enough. I don't know all the screw locations, I don't know the circuits properly, I don't know a lot of the symptoms, which is why I spent a lot of money on R&D, basically. It's basically R&D. You know, buying faulty items to fix up. And if I don't fix them, I learn something along the way, and it's a win. So, yeah. Generally, I leave the battery disconnected and power the board. That way I know how much current the board is drawing. Yeah, I know how much the board is drawing anyway. It's drawing about 0.7 amps when I've fired it up just without anything connected. So I've connected the battery now just for the sake of testing purposes. We do get 20 volts. Are we going to get a boot? 1 amp. We get a chime. Show me that question mark, please. Come on, show me a question mark. Where's my question mark? It did chime. Don't know how long it would take to show a question mark, but I don't think it should be that long. Ah, there we go. Boom. That works. Nice. Screen is good. So it is just a keyboard. They run a little slow without the battery. Yeah, it's charging the battery, 2.6 amps, which is perfect. I was getting a little bit worried because I wasn't getting a fan spin, but I think these ones don't fire the fan up, do they? Until it needs it. So, yeah, that's booting. That is working, or at least so far, which means I need to order 2 SSDs, but I am going to go and get... I've left them. That's going to piss Lewis off. I've left the little rubber things off. Oh well. I'll put them back in before I screw anything down. I've got to get this trackpad, this keyboard ribbon out anyway. But we've got no high fan spin, so I don't think there's any sensor issues. Current draw without battery charging gives you a lot of clues. Yeah, that is very true, and Lewis Rossman makes a point of that as well. He wants to know how much a board he's taking. Yeah, so this, well, it just appears to be a... I might end up needing to change that connector. I don't know. I'm going to have to change that ribbon, change that cable first and find out. Which I'm going to go and do now. I'm going to go and grab a connector. So we've got 2.7 amps current draw on the battery. Let's see if it holds a charge. It does. Perfect. That's good to see. Excellent. So yeah, awesome. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to go and grab this donor housing because I need this ribbon cable. So I'll be back. Or flex cable rather. I'll change the connector. Look, bodge. I might do. Yeah, I might change the connector anyway. If I can find my donor board, I will. Right. If easy, just wanted YouTube chat in the same location as Twitch. Yeah, just to fill the chat up, because not many people talk. Right, okay. So, did that just go dead on me? I think it did. Oh well. Anyway, I've got a donor A1708 housing with a load of random screws stuck to it. Damn you, MacBook, and your stupid ass magnets in the screen. Yeah, so I've got an A1708 donor chassis here, and yeah, the screen is actually good on this, or at least I believe it is, and I believe the keyboard should be good as well. So I'm going to need to remove the keyboard flex. What's your secret to reflowing with your ATRE? Even if I preheat my board, it still wants to flex and leads to the APU popping off. There is no secret really. It's just about trial and error for your specific machine, not for you know, a generalized ATRE. You've got to work around your own internal temperatures. You know, your own house temperatures, all of that sort of stuff. Or your own building temperatures. So like ambient temperatures, you got to work around like your specific heating elements and the characteristics of that, and just practice it on dead boards until you get the profiles right. I mean, as a general rule, mine heats up at around about 0.8 degrees per second. That's as a general rule. But every machine is different depending on, you know, ambient temperatures and stuff. I have to adjust mine occasionally depending on temps and stuff as well. Right, so I've got a keyboard flex here, and this keyboard flex is good, or at least it's clean. So yeah, I'm going to use that. I'm going to replace that flex that's in here at the minute with this one. How many boards until you got it right? About 15, mate, to be honest. But they were all dead boards where I'd already declared them long ago, no fix and stuff. I never used it on a working machine until, or rather on a active repair, until I was absolutely confident I got it right. Let's disconnect the battery. There we go. Oh, it went to sleep. Okay, fair enough. I better disconnect that ribbon because otherwise I'm going to damage that. Right, let's have a look at the state of this side. So apparently a drink was spilt around the keyboard, so chances are this keyboard's probably going to be dead, and I'm going to end up needing to do a full housing swap, which means I'm going to need to swap the battery. Right, so there's a very damaged ribbon. I mean, the good thing is most of the parts are still inside that housing, so it's not too bad. But let's just connect up this this keyboard. I'm hoping that the keyboard is fully working, but I don't have high hopes for it with how damaged this, well, how corroded the connector was. I also don't have high hopes for the connector. I've got a feeling I'm going to need to change that. but it's fine. I can change the connector. That's not a big issue really. There we go. Cool. Let's get that back in there. Big Clive would be impressed by them gloves. I like Big Clive. Right. Reconnect the battery. There we go. Blah de blah de blah. Give me my USB cable. Thank you. It's already booting. Do. Battery's dead. Dong. Right, I want to shut it down because that's going to allow me to test the keyboard as well. So it is powered on right now. There's a backlight on. There we go. So the power button's working at least. But the question is the rest of it working? So Command and R. Boom. Keyboard appears to be working. Trackpad working. It's a bit sticky. Anyone got any recommendations for cleaning the keyboard safely? Because it seems to be working, but it's just not quite right. It's a little bit sticky on certain keys. Can I use IPA on the keyboard? Oh, I don't know. I could probably use Deoxit. I don't have any though. Feels a little bit sticky though on them keys. IPA bath. Mind you, make all the other keys just as sticky. I would recommend canned air blown from different directions while holding the MacBook in the air. I mean, they have unstuck a little bit, but I'm assuming as soon as it starts to set again, it would re-stick. Do you guys reckon I could just spray a bit of IPA on the keys and it'll be okay? What do you guys reckon? On worst case, I'm going to have to replace the keyboard, but... IPA and a Q-tip. No, I'm going to need to get inside the bottom, underneath them. I don't have a keyboard, a keycap removal tool. That's one thing I don't own. They have kind of unstuck, but I'm thinking just spray it with IPA. Where's the milk guy? No, we're not talking about milk tonight. Watch all the letters float off. Yeah, I'm just thinking spray it with IPA. What's the worst that can happen? Spray it with the IPA, let it soak in. And then just let it evaporate itself. Shall I do it? Better watch that liquid ingress on the screen though, I suppose. Let me get a clean yeah, you know what I mean, microfiber cloth. Do all the keys work? Appear to. Too late now. Whoops. Just want to get rid of that smudge on the screen as well. You see, we roll in. I've got some glass cleaner downstairs, by the way, that I'll use on the screen, unless anyone's got any other recommendations. Float with air compressor. I don't have one in the workshop. I have got one, but I don't have one in the workshop. Squirt should do it. Should I do it? Yeah. What's the word? It's a keyboard. It's not going to hurt it, surely. And if it does, then I wouldn't have been able to reset it with that keyboard anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. There you go. Damaging just one key can set you back a week. Not really, because I've got a replacement housing, so. Dong. Oh shit, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to put it back into recovery mode so as it can so as I can test the keyboard. Alcohol and distilled water. Really? There you go. Keyboard appears to still be working. And so does that. Cool. So yeah. Appears okay. Don't think you can change the brightness, can you, until you're in the OS? Not much difference from IPA. As far as I know, IPA doesn't work too well on these Retina screens or whatever the hell they are. Is it Retina? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I can't really do a lot more with this apart from just put it back together. That connector seems okay now it's been cleaned and whatnot. Can't really do a lot more with it because I need to order some SSDs. So I'm going to order a couple of SSDs. But other than that, I can't really do a lot. I can test them with an external hard drive, which I'll sort one out tomorrow. I'll get an external SSD tomorrow, wipe it and use it as a test drive. But other than that, there's not really a lot I can do. Don't put IPA on the screen, it'll strip the AR coating. Oh, okay. Good to know, mate. You're going to get into GPU and CPU replacements on laptops. Probably not. Because they're too awkward to get hold of replacements. So probably for the exact reason that Lewis Rossman doesn't do it. They're too awkward to get hold of the replacement CPU and GPU. How are they meant to sit? Because I don't have a frigging clue. Not a clue. I'll figure it out tomorrow. We use UVEX to clean the screens. Right, okay. Fan spin. Yeah, it's just because it's getting warm. Yeah, I don't have a clue how they go. Two slots that go under the heat pipe. Right, so I'll have to take the board back out then. Yeah, I mean, it's whatever. That's all working anyway, so all a lot of it appears to be working. Oh, there you go. Hello. Got some nice marks on the screen now from the IPA on the keyboard, but never mind, that will dry. So yeah, 2 working A1708, not bad. This one literally just needed, or at least so far, so I can tell, just needed a replacement keyboard ribbon, flex cable, which is not bad at all. Not bad. So I'll order a couple of SSDs, and yeah, then I'll probably, they should come Thursday, so I'll probably order them, get them delivered, and then Friday work on these on a stream, test them and everything, and hopefully they'll be good. Not bad purchases. £300 for 2 working MacBooks. Well, sort of working MacBooks. Not too bad. And then it's going to cost me £85 for 2 512 gig SSDs. Stop turning yourself back on. I know I'll press the keyboard, but stop it. Yeah, £85 for a SSD, £165 for the laptop, 250 quid, not bad, and 260 on the other one, ish. I don't watch him all the time though. I only watch certain things. I don't watch all of his videos. But yeah, I'm happy with that. I'll order 2 SSDs tonight. Hopefully they'll turn up on Thursday, or Friday at the latest. I'm all for the right to repair. We need to be playing in that. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah. Yeah, I know Rossman. Rossman knows me. Yeah. We're bezies, best mates, best friends forever, BFFs, bros. Anyway, right, ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:24 AM. I know these are not that interesting when you've only got to replace a flex cable, but it's still a repair, it's still a win. Same as the other one, didn't have to do fuck all to it, just got to buy an SSD, or at least as far as I can tell. I'll probably remove the board and just give it a once over, but do you think Northridge videos are staged? Nah, I don't think so. He doesn't have any reason to stage his videos. People could say the same about mine, I suppose. But yeah, they're not really interesting, but it is getting late, so I'm going to end it there. Fixed 2 MacBooks, 2 A1708s, which are now going to be for sale. Not sure how much yet. I'm going to work out how much they both owe me together once I've I'm going to buy some screws for this one as well. No, I have high success rates on switches. Fairly high successes. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out. I do appreciate it, as always. Let me see. Is computer booter streaming right now? Usually he's on a Monday. Let's have a look. Yes, he is. Right, so I am going to, if it's going to let me, I'm going to attempt to raid his channel on YouTube. So let me try and add a redirect to his stream. Go check the guy out. Honestly, I think you'll enjoy his content. He doesn't just do consoles, he does all sorts of stuff. So after this stream ends, it'll forward you to Computer Booter. Highly recommend checking him out. Go and tell him I said hi. Tell him not to set fire to any boards tonight. DJ Up, I appreciate that, mate. Thank you for hanging out, mate, and welcome to the streams. So for anyone wondering, I'm going to buy some SSDs for this one, SSD for the other one, and I'll do them on Friday stream, as long as the SSDs turn up in time. Thank you all. I really appreciate it. Go say hi to Computer Booter if you can, and I'll catch you all in the next one. Good night, everyone.